Stage is set. Ball is on the tee. And off we go on EA Sports. The return team gonna let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. The Jacksonville go to work for the first time. Leading them out, the former #1 overall pick back in the 2021 draft, it's Trevor Lawrence.
I think when you break down this game, Mike, I think it's really quite simple. I think it really comes down to the age-old, hey, be balanced on offense. Can their passing attack and rushing attack complement each other? Because what that does is it makes the defense defend the entire field. And then the #1 goal of every team, every week in the NFL, no self-inflicted negatives. That's tackles for loss, sacks, and then, of course, the most important one, don't turn the ball over.
Now a 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. Working out of the gun, it's Lawrence. That's complete to ETN. And he's not going to get too far, tackled after a gain of just a yard. Lawrence now on 2nd down. Throwing it right into the hands of his running back. 18 yards on the pickup there. 1st down, Jacksonville.
Just seems nowadays, Mike, there's so many running backs in the NFL that you can classify as being dual threats. Of course, we see them every week make their impact on the ground. But here in the first half, it's his ability in the passing game and do bulk of his damage as a receiving threat.
That one's complete. It's Tank Bigsby. He is in. Tank Bigsby. Touchdown, Jacksonville. And that is the way to start a game. Not just score, but, Greg, score quickly. A nice opening drive for the first 6 points.
Well, it seems like the hour spent on that opening game script was time well spent. I mean, to take the ball right down the field that quickly right out of the gates, that's a pretty good opening drive and an early 6 points.
Cam Little comes on now for the extra point. His kick is good. And the Jaguars will take a 7-0 lead. Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. The Washington offense going to make their way to the field for the first time. They are led by the former Heisman Trophy winner out of LSU, Jaden Daniels.
And even though he's just a rookie, Mike, I think it's safe to say Jaden Daniels, he is one of the most dynamic athletes that we have in the entire NFL at the quarterback position. And on top of that, he's not a one-dimensional player. Yes, he's going to make splash plays with his feet, and he's going to make some highlight reel plays, but he is a quarterback. He can make every throw. He's got great arm talent. If he can continue to find the balance between those two aspects, he's got a chance not to have just success today, but he has a chance to have success for a long time in this league.
On 2nd down, it's Daniels. Escaping the danger, throwing and completing. They'll have a 1st down. It's a gain of 28.
We spent so much time talking about arm strength, and while that certainly has a place in the conversation, look at the touch of this ball, Mike. It's a deep corner route. This ball needs to have the right pace, the right trajectory to not only get it over the second-level defenders, but get that ball down into the hands of his target. He makes it look a lot easier than it actually is. Really nice job there by the defense defending the middle of the field. That is the most valuable real estate on the field. They know every single offense is trying to attack the defense between the hashes, so give credit. They took away all the throwing lanes, and that ball falls incomplete.
They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. Throwing again. Daniels. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing third down.
He decides to go with this safe throw and throws it well short of the sticks. And at this level, Mike, you just can't miss layups like that.
On third down, they'll throw with Daniels. And that is incomplete.
We're starting to see a lot of this on third down, Mike, where they're going to rely on the run after catch to pick up these third down conversions. You know what that depends on? You have to actually complete the ball. And in this case, it falls incomplete, brings up fourth down.
So it's fourth down, and Austin Seibert out to try the Washington field goal. And that one not going to have enough leg behind it. Not by a long shot. It is no good. And they are not able to draw closer. The Jaguars offense ready to possess the football for the second time. They lead it here early 7-0 as they start with a 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Lawrence. His throw on first down is going to be incomplete. They'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. Here's Lawrence. He'll let this one go. Deep for Thomas. And he will score. Ryan Thomas. Touchdown, Jaguars. They find the end zone through the air. Greg, that is one of the most popular plays because it works so often.
You're right, Mike. We see it all the time. It's a 4 vertical concept. But the key is you've got to stretch the defense and put pressure on the secondary. That's exactly what they were able to do here. They take advantage, and they go deep for 6.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. The Commanders' offense ready to take over for their second possession. They trail by 2 touchdowns, so the time is now. Got to get that rally going. It starts with 1st and 10. 2nd and a yard. Working out of the gun, it's Daniels. Left side, it's caught by Brown. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the 1st down. Yet another Alabama back in the lead. This is Brian Robinson. Gets to the edge at the 30. And they are not going to catch him. He's in. Brian Robinson. Touchdown, Washington. Austin Seibert now for the extra point. He's got it. And the Commanders are on the board. It's now 14-7. Seibert now following the touchdown. He's out to kick it away. Duvernay on the return. And he'll be out of bounds on the return. And the drive will begin there. Here comes the Jacksonville offense now, heading back onto the field. They'll start with great field position, right at midfield with a 1st down. Now here's Lawrence. And that ball incomplete over the middle. Evan Ingram, the intended target. And that will lead to a 2nd down.
One of those plays where you like the idea, you just don't like the execution. I didn't feel the quarterback was overly comfortable in the pocket. Footwork a little bit sloppy. All of a sudden now the pass is a little less accurate and an opportunity for a big shot. You end up falling short.
Now second down throw for Lawrence. And he got rid of that one quickly before the receiver even knew what was going on. That's incomplete. Brian Thomas, the intended receiver. Third down coming up.
Hey, Ron. Hey, I'm going. 11.
Back to throw. Lawrence. And that is incomplete.
Not exactly the type of drive to write home about, Mike. 3 passes, 3 incompletions, no yards gained. And I really can't blame any of these fans who have continued to voice their frustration, especially after that last series of play calls.
And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback, and will come out to the 20-yard line. Here comes the Washington offense now. They get set to take over. They trail here by a touchdown as this drive will start with a first down. The drive will begin here with a run by Robinson.
This just shows why you can't count on just one guy to take him down. He's a powerful enough runner. You gotta have guys coming in support when that first hit is made. It takes a team effort to stop him, especially once he gets going.
Second down and 3. Throwing is Daniels. That one complete to Brian Robinson. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up third down. They'll try to run for it with Robinson. And he will have the Commanders' first down. They needed 2 and gained 6. To throw is Daniels. That'll be caught by the running back Robinson. That's 2 catches on this drive. This one for 10 yards and a first down.
Every once in a while, it just comes down to you need somebody in the huddle to just make a play. And it wasn't a whole lot fancy here. The quarterback just dumps the ball down, a quick underneath completion, and then really it's the yards after catch that did the rest. And that's what it takes. You're not always going to have the perfect play. You're not always going to dial up the perfect play against the perfect look. Sometimes players need to make plays, and that was a good one there. Receiver just finds himself in a really nice groove, and there's these weird times in the game, Mike, where it just seems like every ball comes your way. Every play they call, you're wide open, and you just find yourself in one of those grooves that athletes talk about. So they got to continue to ride the hot hand, because right now on that field, there's no mistaking who it is.
Here's a second and 9. Operating from the gun, it's Daniels. That's out to Brown, right side, complete. And they're going to work this down inside the 45. To the air again is Daniels. Right back to Brown. He's got it again. And they'll take this down inside the 35. Keep it in the air. Here's Daniels. Nowhere to get away, and he's going to go down. Work to do now as they come up on second and long. Looking middle, and he's got Brown. That will make third down a little more manageable. Good yardage gained on that one. From the shotgun on third down, Daniels. And the defense can't come up with a stop there. Gain of 7 and a first down. To the outside, catch made by Brown. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. And they'll run out of the gun. Here comes Robinson. And a spirited run there, somehow managing to gain a couple of yards. Third and a yard, it's Daniels. That's over the middle and intercepted. And the Jaguars are going to take over at their own 28-yard line.
I'm not going to sit here, Mike, and say there's ever a good time to throw a red zone interception, but in this case, it's the first half. You have the rest of the game to get yourself back down here in the red zone and make up for that miscue, because next time they get down here, they got to be a lot more careful when they decide to air it out.
1st and 10.
Take right open.
Lawrence. He'll let this one go. Deep for Thomas. And that is incomplete.
So on a day where he's completed, give or take half of his passes, Mike, you have to imagine there's a handful of throws to have back. And falls in that category, but the biggest thing, and most fortunately for them, they find themselves with a lead despite a bit of an up-and-down performance out of their quarterback.
2nd down, Lawrence. Got a man downfield, it's Thomas. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield. On 1st and 10, Lawrence. Right back to Thomas. He's got it again. And they'll move this ball way down into the red zone, inside the 20-yard line. The pressure gets home. He's lost the football. The Commanders come up with it. The defense comes up with a play in the red zone. Those active hands get to the quarterback, knock it out, and they come up with the recovery.
Mike, we see this from time to time down here when an offense is operating in the red zone. The field shrinks, coverage gets a little bit tighter, quarterbacks tend to hold the ball a little too long, and that's exactly what came back to bite him right here.
Just trying to avoid the rush there. He's hit as he threw when the pass is incomplete.
It's rare to see an offense that finds themselves trailing and say, well, their quarterback's been actually one of their biggest bright spots. Usually that doesn't go hand in hand, so it's a little surprising to see him miss a throw like that on a day where he's completed passes at a highly efficient rate.
And a good run there on 2nd down. A pickup 7. It'll bring up 3rd and 3.
It's tough to completely celebrate, Mike, when you don't pick up the 1st down. But that's a run you will take every single time. I mean, good yardage in a lot of situations, it'll get you the 1st down, just not here.
They'll come up to 3rd and 3. From the shotgun, it's Daniels. Oh, he's got a man. That's caught by Brown.
He's in a really nice rhythm here on 3rd down. He appears very comfortable operating out of the gun, and he's able to find his man near the sideline, and he's able to extend this drive.
On 1st and 10, here's Daniels. Firing right side, brought in by Brown. So we've played 1 quarter here on a Monday night. A good spot here, 2nd and a yard. They'll run with Robinson. He'll take this for a couple, but the official signal, he has enough. 1st down.
He's taken down at the 33-yard line. A pickup of 2 yards. And the Washington 1st down.
Here's Daniels. Who else? Another catch for his favorite target. Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming.
It's a gain of 7. Brings up 2nd and 3 at the 26-yard line.
The Commanders will signal for the first of their timeouts. Here's 2nd and 3 to go. Throwing now, Daniels. There's that man again, another catch. And they're going to be set up now as he's brought down at the 5-yard line. Working out of the gun, it's Daniels. That's to the end zone, but they can't connect. It's incomplete.
Doesn't get much better than that. Had he gotten there just a little bit earlier, he probably draws the flag a little late, and it's probably a touchdown.
Oh, maybe a free play as he'll look to throw it. That's out to the flat, and it's complete. A very nice open field tackle there. He could not get free and gains nothing. We'll try it one more time, but now a bit closer. It is 2nd and goal. They'll try to run with Robinson. And he won't quite get in. Down to the 1, setting up 3rd and goal. They'll try to run with Robinson. And he will not get in. The defense stands their ground, pushes him back, and they force 4th down. They'll indeed go. It's Daniels. And that's going to be incomplete. They roll the dice, 4th and goal, but they're going to wind up being turned away by the defense. Brian Thomas now and the Jaguars offense getting set for their next possession. And it may be time for this defense to start throwing a 2nd defender at him, maybe. Look at what he's done. He gets free. Still going. And he will take this one in. 99 yards. Touchdown, Jacksonville. Little on now for the extra point. It's up and through. And the Jaguars will take a 21-7 lead. Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. On the return, Noah Igbenogany. And he's brought down right at the 25-yard line. The Commanders' offense getting their final instructions before heading back onto the field. They'll start it here with a 1st and 10. They'll start on the ground with Robinson. And he did not want to go down. Good running. Manages to gain 5. They'll go again with Robinson. And he'll have a Commander's 1st down. He'll take this up to the 38-yard line. Another run here for Robinson. He's able to get away from one man, but those reinforcements, they got there quick. Take him down behind the line. On second down, it's Daniels. That's over the middle and intercepted. Picked off by Andrew Wingard.
The Jaguars take over 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line.
From the 39, here's a 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Lawrence. Fine work defensively. That's going to be knocked away and go down as an incompletion.
What did he tell us in our production meeting this week, Mike? He takes such great pride in his coverage abilities, and after that play, it's pretty clear why.
He'll let one go deep for Kirk.
So after their defense gives them a gift on their last drive and gets them the ball back and on the field, they nearly return the favor following that dangerous throw of their own, and at this point, they're lucky to walk away with just an incompletion.
And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down.
Every so often, Mike, you can see these offenses, and it looks like the passing game gets a little bit too predictable. And as the defense continues to flood the back end of these zones with extra defenders, they're continuing to force this quarterback to not only make some difficult throws, but to put the ball in harm's way.
Pass interference. Defense.
They'll come up here, 1st and 10. Working out of the gun, it's Lawrence. That is caught. What a throw. Christian Kirk. Touchdown, Jacksonville. He has done it again. That is 4 touchdown passes in his first half. Greg, he might skip halftime with the way he's performing right now.
Yeah, Mike, this passing attack is just really unstoppable. I mean, it is just remarkable the success he's been able to have. We're not even at halftime yet. He finds himself on record pace. I can't wait to see what he does the rest of this game.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. The Commanders' offense ready for this next possession. They find themselves down 3 touchdowns here, needing to flip the script in a hurry. And they'll start it here on 1st down. To throw is Daniels. He gets that to Brown. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield. To throw is Daniels on 1st and 10. And they're going to get to him. He is sacked. There is a penalty marker on the field. Let's check the call first. Daniels now on 1st down. He'll get rid of it and complete it. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a 1st down completion of 7 yards. That's over the middle, complete to Brown. And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. Keep it in the air. Here's Daniels. Oh, in trouble. Down he goes. Throwing on 2nd down. Daniels. And for the 3rd time in this first half, he's been intercepted. Picked off by Tyson Campbell.
I think you chalk this one up, Mike, to just a rookie mistake. And anytime you have a young signal caller behind center, you're going to have to deal with some of these ups and downs. Every once in a while, they're just not going to see the coverage. They're going to get baited into making a bad throw. That's kind of par for the course. The key is how fast can these rookie quarterbacks turn the page, move on, and not make the same mistake again.
On first down, Lawrence. He's going to let this one go deep. And he's going to be brought down inside the 15. On the move at the 14-yard line, it's 1st and 10. He's trying to get back to the line of scrimmage, but will not, and be taken down there. Now 2nd down throw for Lawrence. To the end zone, it's intercepted. That's the veteran linebacker, Bobby Wagner.
So much of that play comes down to the defender's positioning. Being able to get himself to a spot, to get his hands on the ball, and a chance at that pick. Mike, when that ball was thrown, me and you are sitting here saying, that's a touchdown. And instead, they force a turnover, and now their offense is back on the field.
Here's 1st and 10. Operating from the gun, it's Daniels. That's out to Brown, right side, complete. Daniels to throw on 2nd down. Hit as he throws, and it is incomplete. Just couldn't deliver that one the way he wanted to. Not really sure if there was much there anyways. We do know it'll be 3rd down.
I think at some point for this quarterback, he has to start looking some other directions. I mean, he's tried to get the ball now to this guy multiple times, and all of them have resulted in incomplete passes. I'm not saying don't throw it to him in the future, but maybe get yourself a couple easy completions elsewhere before you look back in his direction. That was a nice looking grab. Really nice footwork there on the sideline to stay in bounds, but after all that, it's still not going to result in very much.
Two minutes remain here in this first half. Back with more from Jacksonville after this timeout. No move for the punt team. The offense staying out there for 4th down. They'll go. Here's Daniels. He'll get this one complete to Brown. And it's going to be a Commander's 1st down. He's brought down after a gain of 7 on 4th and 2. That's the 4th time tonight he's been intercepted. Picked off by Antonio Johnson.
Jaguars take over 1st and 10 at the 23-yard line.
A 1st down throw for Lawrence. Oh, he's going to be bottled up and taken down. They got him. Now a timeout here by Washington. That is their 2nd. And they'll get together prior to this 2nd down play. Got a man downfield. It's Thomas. And he's very close to a touchdown. They mark him just shy of the goal line.
That's good for the Jaguars.
And he gets out wide. He'll go to the end zone. Trevor Lawrence. Touchdown, Jaguars. Here's Cam Little for the PAT. He knocks it through. And the Jaguars add on one more as they extend their 2nd quarter lead. Still a little time. Final minute of this first half. We'll see if they can do anything with this kickoff that is coming their way. The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. The Commanders' offense going to take over here in the last minute of this first half. They'll try to get this a bit more respectable before the break. It has not been their half to this point. Let's see what they do on this drive. 1st down now. That'll be batted away. Incomplete. Coverage very strong defensively. It's 2nd down.
For the most part, he's been very accurate with the ball. I mean, he's completing over 60% of his passes, but because they haven't been able to get any big explosive plays, continue to push the ball downfield, hasn't really translated on the score.
Oh, for the 5th time, he is intercepted. Picked off by the former Florida State Seminole.
As hard as it is to have this conversation, at some point, someone on this sideline needs to say, is it better off for this young rookie to just remove him from the game, take a deep breath, and reset for next week? Because at this point, 5 interceptions in, you start being concerned that you're doing more harm than you are good.
He's going to keep it himself. And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. And he just does get that one away. He was being chased down, forced the awkward throw. And maybe he's fortunate that all it is an incompletion. Lawrence now on 2nd down. That's going to be intercepted in the end zone. Picked off by Quan Martin. And the Commanders are going to take over here at their own 22.
Well, if there's one thing we can say about this quarterback, Mike, is he has certainly been entertaining. I mean, there's been a lot of good, a little bit of bad, and it's kind of come all over the place. But as many nice throws as he's made, he's got to cut down on some of the interceptions.
On 1st down, Daniels. And that is incomplete. One final chance does not work out. Time has expired. The 1st half has come to an end. Very one-sided 1st half of action. Will we get a turnaround? Let's find out. The 3rd quarter is underway. And no chance to return this one. Through the end zone for a touchback. The visitors' offense and Jaden Daniels ready to take over once more. A shotgun snap, and they'll give it to Robinson. The defense all over this one. They get him behind the line of scrimmage. A loss of a couple. And more of the same. Another interception. That's the linebacker, Devin Lloyd.
Daniels pass. Intercepted. The Jaguars take over 1st and 10 at the 26-yard line.
On 1st and 10, Lawrence. That is hauled in at the 5. And he's into the end zone yet again. Brian Thomas. Touchdown, Jacksonville. His big night continues. His 3rd touchdown of the game. Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. Returning is Igbenogany. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The visitors' offense back onto the field for their next possession. Interesting point here, Greg. This is one of those where, put me in the mind of the play caller. Are you thinking just keep the ball on the ground right now?
I think it's hard. I think a lot of it has to do with how much confidence do you have that he can work himself through it, because as the turnovers continue to stack up, your biggest fear is that the confidence breaks down. So a lot of this is really just how well do you understand, what kind of relationship do you have with your quarterback. If you think you can get him through it, keep putting the ball in his hands. If you think he's done for the day, you got a big question you got to answer, whether he should even be in the game.
They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. From the shotgun, it's Daniels. Firing right side, brought in by Brown. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be second down. To the air again is Daniels. Open man left side is Brown. He's got it. And he'll be taken down, but they are in business inside the 30-yard line. Daniels going to throw again. Gets it away quickly, and it's caught. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down. Who else? Another catch for his favorite target. And he'll be taken down. From the 4-yard line, trying to punch it in. First down and goal. That's in the end zone and intercepted. That's the linebacker, Devin Lloyd. And the Jaguars will take over here at their own 12.
Well, Mike, this is entering the wrong kind of rarefied air. I mean, as in, it's only happened a handful of times since the turn of the millennium rare. It's an entire season's worth of picks thrown in just one game. I think at this point, you junk the playbook, you light it on fire, and we're just going to start from scratch next week.
There's Trevor Lawrence as he and the Jaguars get set for their next drive. He'll let this one go deep for Thomas.
He's already been a little reckless with his decision-making up until this point, Mike, and now it almost backfires on him again. He has to do a better job of finding the matchups, finding the space on the field so everything is not a forced ball into these tight windows.
Second down, Lawrence. He's going to try it here again. That's caught! And they are not going to catch up to him. He will score. 88 yards. Touchdown, Jacksonville. So add another touchdown and touchdown pass for that matter. He has thrown 6 already in this one. Amazing stuff. This is caught. He's got it. And they tack 2 more onto their lead. The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. The visitors' offense getting things in order as they trot out for this next possession. They're in need of points in a big way as they set out on 1st and 10. Working out of the gun, it's Daniels. To the left side, it's caught by Brown. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45. Now Daniels throwing on 1st and 10. Right back to Brown. He's got it again. Down the left sideline. And he will go all the way. Noah Brown. Touchdown, Commanders. Their head coach, 2 fingers in the air. They'll say no to the extra point and go for 2. And he'll get into the end zone, doing it on his own. Successful 2-point conversion. Seibert now following the touchdown. He's out to kick it away. The return starts from the 5. Good return here. Brings it up to the 33-yard line. The Jaguars offense makes their way back out to the field for their next possession. As we look back at some of the highlights of this one, you'll see a lot of them, Greg, coming from the passing game. They've done a nice job picking the defense apart.
Yeah, and I think that's the right way to say it. It hasn't...
And he will score again. Brian Thomas. Touchdown, Jaguars. What a night he's having. That's 4 touchdowns in this game alone. So that will tie the NFL record that has stood for more than 70 years. 7 touchdown passes in one game. First done by Sid Luckman with the Bears in 1943. And then Adrian Burke of the Eagles in 1954. We've waited a long time. Now they have company. Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. Back out for this next possession. They'll do so with 1st and 10. Daniels now going to look to throw. And more of the same. Another interception. Picked off by Andrew Wingard.
This is something we see so often out of these young quarterbacks, Mike, is their inability to manipulate the defense. They kind of telegraph where they're going to go with their ball, with their eyes. And I'd love to see him the next time when he gets to the top of his drop. Look off the safety. Hold some of the underneath defenders from where you ultimately know you want to go with the ball. A lot of that just comes with experience, and sometimes you got to gain that experience the hard way.
Ball down to the 16-yard line. And it's 1st and 10. Working out of the gun, it's Lawrence. And that is caught in the end zone. He's in. Ryan Thomas. Touchdown, Jacksonville. He has come alive after the break. His 3rd touchdown of the second half.
Next to score, Jaguars.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. The return team gonna let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. This team's offense headed back to take over once more. They'll see if they can put something together here, beginning with 1st and 10. It's a give up the middle to Robinson. And he'll get back maybe to the line of scrimmage, but probably going to be a loss of a yard here. On 2nd down, it's Daniels. That's thrown right side, but incomplete. Luke McCaffrey, the intended receiver. And it'll be 3rd down.
We see this time and time again in the NFL, Mike. You want to play quarterback at this level, you better figure out a way to be able to bounce back following a bad throw, a bad series, a bad game. And in this case, he's got to bounce back from a pick on the last drive, and he's got to find himself some easy completions and settle himself back into this one.
That's taken in. It's Austin Eckler. And he'll be stopped short of a 1st down, and that will necessitate a call to the punt team. It's 4th down. And that is...
Ball is teed up. Chris Boswell to do the honors. And we're off from Acrisure. From well into the end zone, he's going to bring this out. Only manages to get this back to the 20 before he's taken down. So here come the Eagles for their opening drive. They're led out by an incredible score through the air and on the ground. He was picked 53rd back in 2020. It's Jalen Hurts.
Kate, it's not often that we talk about quarterbacks having a nose for the end zone in football. It's usually reserved for the running backs. But Jalen Hurts has changed that conversation. He has so much power, so much strength. You get him into the short yardage situations or around the goal line, he finds a way to get in. But it's not just there. He's got a deep...
It's intercepted on the first play of the game. Minka Fitzpatrick has got it. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Shotgun snap to Fields. His first throw is an interception. Picked off by Nakobe Dean. And the Eagles will get it back with a long field ahead. Well, for their sake, partner, I sure hope the rest of their pass attempts this game go a whole lot better than that, because it is pretty clear this defense came to play.
And I can promise you this, Kate, nowhere on that opening script does the word interception ever appear. You never want to see an INT. Now they're going to have to flush it. That's the key here for this quarterback in the offense. Got to flush that mistake and press on ahead. And this is why scouts talk about a player's closing speed, Kate. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released. And that sure altered the throw.
So after the incompletion, here comes the 2nd down call. Hurts now from the gun. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete.
Yeah, this game, you just can't make it harder than it needs to be. Just get the catch first. Guarantee your yards, and then worry about escaping defenders after the catch.
No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Shotgun snap for Hurts. And this is another incompletion.
You know, as a QB, I'm going to note that in the back of my head. That was a heck of a break. Knocks the ball away. DBs like that, they tend to, once they get one hand on the ball, have a pretty good beat on you and can get 2 hands on it the next time.
3rd down pass didn't work, but the offense staying out there on 4th. Hurts throwing again. Finds him over the middle. And he'll be brought down along the 25-yard line. Sirianni going to have the officials look at this one again. He's throwing that challenge flag. Well, I certainly don't envy the officials here. A lot of times, Brock, it can be so tough to have the right angle to get a perfect spot on that football.
Yeah, how they do it, I just marvel at it. A bunch of years ago, I got to do and be an official, a side judge for a spring game.
How'd that go?
Not well, because things happen so fast, and I really do. I marvel at more often than not how good these officials are at spotting the ball.
All right, so that challenge is unsuccessful, but still a chance to earn a 3rd one if their next challenge leads to an overturned call. On the carry, this is Najee Harris. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. 1st down throw for Fields. Snared by his running back, it's Najee Harris. And it looks like he went out of bounds right at that 7-yard line. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. From the gun, they go with Harris. And they'll make this stop after a small push to the 5. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. A 3rd down run with Harris. And the defense was ready. They got him at the line. Ground game stopped again. That leaves them with a 4th and short.
That's one of those plays, Kate, as an offense, it just sticks with you a little bit. It bothers you that you just can't convert on a very manageable down and distance. And on the other side, well, it sure gives you some confidence defensively to get off the field.
A 22-yard attempt.
Dicker connects there. And that's going to get them on the scoreboard.
I never saw a play script that ended with a field goal. It was always a touchdown that you wanted. That's 3 points, and it's enough to give them the lead.
Now Boswell on to send this away. He'll bring it out from the middle of the end zone. And the return sets them up just beyond their own 20. Philadelphia's offense back out for another drive. And it's far from the first time we're seeing this unit head out, Brock. But what we haven't seen so far in this opening half, well, we haven't seen much in terms of yardage.
No, it's like they've written a few lyrics, but nowhere close to a song yet.
And finally, they bring him down. He shook off a couple of defenders there on a nice pickup. And he'll get it up near the 38-yard line before going down. Offense in the hurry up here. First down, and they go right back to him. The defenders are there to get him at the line. Minkah Fitzpatrick in on the stop. Offense up to the line fast. 2nd and 10 now. He finds Dotson left side. And they get this down to the 44 before he stopped. Working quickly here. 1st and 10. Here's Hurts. He's on the move. Throw came out right as the defense got to him. That's an incomplete pass.
Well, that's one you chalk up to the pressure earning that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target, hit him, altered that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. Operating from the gun. Here's Hurts. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. Now Hurts on 3rd and long. Able to find Dotson here. And it's good yardage, but they tackle him short of the sticks. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. And it falls incomplete. So the defense rises to the challenge and gives the ball back to their offense. On 1st and 10, it's Fields. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. Offense in the hurry up here. After the sack, another pass on 2nd down. And there's a man there. It's intercepted. Picked off by Quinyon Mitchell. And the Eagles get it back with a nice return to boot down inside the 30.
Well, that's now 2, Kate, that they've gotten him for picks in this game, and he's got to be careful. Right? You've got to protect the football. It is the greatest treasure you have as an offense. And this defense, well, they've got 2 in their pocket, and you know they're going to be going after number 3.
They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Barkley on the shotgun handoff. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs. Offense up to the line fast. 1st down throwing for Hurts. He completes it in traffic. And they're going to get this down to the 4 before being stopped. Barkley. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
I know from the position of the quarterback, Kate, sometimes you hand that ball, you put it in the belly of the running back, and you send him right into the teeth of a buzzsaw. You can feel it from the jump, and that call from the defense, well, it came at the perfect time.
Catch is made in close. Buckle up, it's 3rd and goal. Hurts setting up to throw. And oh, he got it! Interception! And the Steelers, they're stopped a little beyond the 10-yard line on the return.
Well, that's it right there. That's the resilience and the mental toughness that every coach wants to see from his defense. Not a great spot for him. Backed up close enough that they're going to get shots taken in the end zone. But instead of collapsing under pressure, they rose up and they created the takeaway.
He's going to loft one deep to the left. Lays out for this one. Oh, what a catch! the end of our first. Second quarter, all queued up and ready to go. It's Steeler football. They've got 1st and 10 here, looking to add to their lead. Austin's there to haul it in. And this one's worked down to the 33 before being stopped.
10 yards on the pickup.
Fields out of the gun. Oh no, they get him yet again! Picked off by Nakobe Dean. Along the right sideline, there's space! And he takes this one back for the pick 6! That play, Brock, that play was beautiful. Not just making the interception, but then seeing the return slowly come together in front of him as he took it all the way to the house.
Yeah, I think even for us up here in the booth, it looked like a scene out of a movie, didn't it? Starts running it back, scans the field for a lane, then the blocks come just in the nick of time to wipe out the would-be tacklers, and he's got open space and nothing but the end zone in front of him.
From well into the end zone, he's going to bring this out. He stopped on the return at the 27. Now the offense getting set to go for the Steelers. And Brock, I know the goal is always points every drive, but I think just as big a goal, got to play clean football here. You cannot give it away for a 3rd consecutive possession.
Yeah, we call that rebuilding some confidence in yourself as a group, right? Just to execute without the mistakes. Pros, you can shake off a turnover with ease, but back-to-back, even the seasoned vets have a little trouble getting past that.
It looks like we can call it about 4 yards in the end. Darius Slay with the stop. Fields on 3rd. Gets this one to Harris. And he's out of bounds beyond the 35-yard line.
All you can do is shake your head sometimes. Sure, the pass play works, but they come up just an inch or two short for the 1st down.
Only need the length of the football. It's 4th and inches. He's keeping it. He's going for it. And he'll get them enough for a 1st down. Working quickly here. Fields on 1st down. Complete right side to Washington. He's corralled after a modest 4-yard gain. Cooper to Jean with the stop.
4 yards on the pickup. 2nd and 6 at the 40-yard line.
Oh, movement on the line before the snap, though. This is going to be a false start. So tough to stay set when you've got defenders doing everything they can to make you jump, and, well, they got one of them to move that time.
Still 2nd down.
Offense to the line for 2nd down. Out of the shotgun, Fields. Completed here to Pickens. There it is, touchdown Pittsburgh! The Steelers take a 2nd quarter lead. George Pickens the touchdown. Chris Boswell for the point after. The point after splits the uprights. And the Steelers push their lead to 3. Now Boswell on to send this away. And it bounces out of the end zone, so they'll set up shop at the 30. Philadelphia getting ready to go on offense. And coming off the interception, a good chance to reestablish some momentum as they get set. First and 10 now from the 30. Starting on the ground here with Barkley. And he started to get through the lane before it closed. 3 yards there. Metton stopped by Alex Highsmith. From the 33 on 2nd down. That pass caught by Dotson. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47. 1st down, a run with Barkley. And he won't win the race to the outside. That run's bottled up at the line. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. Now Hurts. Splits a couple of defenders and completes it. And he gets it past the 50 and down to the Steelers' side of the field. Hurts with it on 3rd and short. He has the first over the middle. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your third downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
They'll go from the gun with Barkley. No one around. He's got space. Cuts it to the... And he is into the end zone for a Philadelphia touchdown. The Eagles take a second quarter lead. Saquon Barkley, the touchdown. That one splits the uprights. And the Eagles take a 4-point lead. Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Jackson now to return it. He stopped on the return at the 27. The Steelers and George Pickens set for this next possession. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. They threw it the whole way down the field on their last drive, and they'd welcome the same level of play on this series as well. Pass taken in by Freiermuth. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. So the big play moves him well past midfield, has him set up now at the 35. They give to Harris from the gun. And they've got him down near the red zone at the 22. All right, set now, 1st and 10. Shotgun snap to Fields. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Couldn't connect on first. It's 2nd down. Now it's Fields. That's caught in stride by Freiermuth. And he's going to be taken down near the 8-yard line. Steelers working with a sense of urgency from the hurry-up clock, continuing to run. To the edge of the end zone. Oh, it's incomplete.
Oh, that is such a bummer. A dropped touchdown right in the end zone. We're going to see how quickly he can flush this one. He better, because they got to make an impact later.
And he's able to get it to the 2 before the stop. Philadelphia going to spend its 2nd timeout. So now, here's 3rd and goal. Looking to throw Fields. Made the throw as he was getting hit, Brock, and it's incomplete.
You need to buy your receivers enough time to get open along their route, and your quarterback enough time to find and hit them with the throw. When the line doesn't hold up, incompletions follow.
3 plays haven't gotten it done. Now a 4th to try to reach that end zone. Off play action, it's Fields. And he will not get there. They stop him on 4th and goal. What a stand to force that turnover on downs.
You know, these 4th down plays are all about trust. You lean into what you do best. Unfortunately, with the lack of execution, you're going to throw that one off the playlist.
And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. He'll throw it from his own end zone. This finds Smith. And he's going to be brought down after getting this up to the 22. They get 20 yards out of the play and move the chains.
I may love watching a great thrower, but I love watching a well-done route too, Kate. Make that guy think you're trying to stack him only to drop your hips and cut right inside. Some good work to help reset those chains.
Saquon Barkley. It's a Philadelphia touchdown. The Eagles grow their lead just before halftime. Saquon Barkley, the touchdown. Point after added on by Elliott. And the Eagles drive their lead to 11. Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Jackson now to return it. Returns looking good so far. And it's a nice return here. They'll tackle him shy of the 35. The Steelers taking over on offense with halftime rapidly approaching. And down a couple of scores, Brock. They probably try to get this into field goal range to trim that lead before halftime. And this is going to end up incomplete. Really aired it out there on first down, but just couldn't make the connection. So after the incompletion, here comes the second down call. Fields throwing here. He's looking deep once again. Had the window to go deep, but just couldn't make it happen. Now it's third down. The tip definitely broke up that throw. So now it's going to be third and long. Fields looking to throw. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. The Eagles decide to spend their third and final timeout. On fourth down, it's Corliss Waitman on for the Steelers to punt this away. Signals for the fair catch, and he's got it at the 27. The Eagles and Saquon Barkley ready to take over once again. They've got first down here, but just 18 seconds to work with. And with a two-score lead, partner, they've got the option to sit on that, or they could try something really aggressive to end the half. He tucks it and takes off. And he reaches the 35 before going out.
Well, the QB made something happen and got some yardage when the play didn't develop right, and even got himself out of bounds to avoid a hit. The only negative at all is he couldn't quite get the first down.
He rolls to his right. He's keeping it again. And he's out of bounds just past, looks like, the 40-yard line. 6 yards on the play and enough for a first. Back to throw it. Buying some time right. Took off with it again. And he goes out. Just needed one more step there to reach midfield.
Well, you don't get the first down, but I'll tell you this, Kate, that drives the defense and the defensive coordinator nuts. They do everything right, they win, and yet still QB makes something out of nothing.
It's Dotson on the catch. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. Going on a bit of a speed run, it seems. We are flying past halftime and going right to the start of the third quarter. Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Calvin Austin on the return. Finds some space. He's past the 30. The tackle's made, so this drop. Offense ready to begin this drive. First and 10. Back to throw. Here's Fields. Taken in by Harris. A big play. 23 yards to move those chains. This game has already been a good one for him, Brock. And hey, there's still time. He could add on even more.
And you just feel his aggressive mindset all game long. As there's time left, he's going to want to keep on firing and turn a good performance into a great one.
One play in, and this drive is already into enemy territory. Going to Harris to start the half. And he's brought down for a loss. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Here's second and 11. Finds his man. It's Van Jefferson. And he'll get it down to the 24-yard line. Running behind center with Harris. And they take him down, but he's able to get this inside the red zone. Offense in the hurry up here. From the 18 on second down. Throwing the out route complete. And he's tackled for a short gain. Following that completion, remember the O-line looks to be in some pain. They're headed out to take a look at him now. Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 2. They'll run with Warren. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away. Offense up to the line fast. Fryer pursuit there to bring it in. And that short gain is enough for a new set of downs. Finds his back, Jalen Warren. And it looks like he went out of bounds right at that 7-yard line.
When there's heat, that blitz coming off the snap, that QB's eyes, you could see it right away. He got to his check down in a hurry. But, Kate, here's the key. Quarterback and running back have to be on the same page. The two were right there, and it netted some positive yards.
Working quickly here. Throwing now, 3rd and 2. He's got Harris. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, when you can make a play in the open field, keep them short like that, I promise you some money will follow.
And it's going to be incomplete. Couldn't connect to extend the drive. So the defense rises to the challenge and gives the ball back to their offense. The Eagles and this running back headed back out for a new series. And his production is carried over into this second half. He keeps on running well, even with the workload they placed upon him. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Barkley trying this up the gut. And the defense gets there to force a small loss. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. Throwing from near his own goal line. Able to find Dotson here. And he gets leveled just before he reaches the marker, and that hit prevents a 1st down. Barkley gets it on 3rd down. And he's going to be brought down after getting this up to the 22. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. On 1st down, Hurts has him on the quick hitter. And this is pushed ahead for a gain of 5. Patrick Queen arranging in for the tackle.
You know, I'm really not sure if that was an intentionally brave play to challenge double coverage or just simply not seeing the two defenders. Either way, what a tremendous throw and catch that earns some momentum.
From the 26 on 2nd down. That one's incomplete, couldn't connect.
Well covered on that play. Really not a large window for him to sneak that throw in.
Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. That pass caught by Dotson. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Hurts throwing again. That's caught by A.J. Brown. And he's going to bring it up to the 40-yard line before he's stopped. Offense in the hurry-up here. On 2nd down, here's Barkley. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss. Let's see what they draw up on a 3rd and 7. Hurts now from the gun. He has the 1st over the middle. And he'll get it up to the 44. Offense up to the line fast. Straight ahead, here's Barkley. And he's down. Looks like they made the stop at the 46-yard line. Working quickly here. Shotgun snap for Hurts. He's got Smith. And they get there to take him down right around the 41. Here's Saquon. And with a nice gain, he runs him down inside of field goal range. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. Here's another carry for Barkley. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. On 3rd down, it's Hurts. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact.
Timing is everything in life, and timing is everything defensively. That throw was just a little bit late and gave the defense time to close, deliver a pop, and knock that ball loose.
The Steelers calling their 1st time out. May still have 2 to work with in this final quarter. Offense still staying out after the incompletion. They're going to try on fourth. On fourth down, Hurts. And on fourth down, that one won't work. It's incomplete. So the defense rises to the challenge and gives the ball back to their offense. First down throw for Fields. He puts some air under a deep throw to the left. He's got it inside the 10. And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. The Steelers now within one score in the fourth. I love plays like this, Brock. Sometimes you just got to ask your dude, show me what you got, man. Show off those wheels, and he did just that.
Yeah, beauty in simplicity, right?
Yep.
Now, when you run that fly route, you got to win right from the jump. You got to protect yourself from the sideline, too. Don't get pushed to the boundary. Give your quarterback room to throw it up, and you can find pay dirt.
So after making this a 5-point ball game, they kick it off. Trying to locate it. Oh, no, he lost it. He'll elect not to bring this one out, so give him the touchback. We'll start at the 20. The Eagles about set to go on offense. And after that touchdown, cut their lead back to one score, Brock. A response in order as they take over. First and 10 now from the 30. A give to Barkley. And he's able to power this forward, but they stop him after 2 yards. Offense in the hurry up here. 2nd and 8. That's caught. It's Saquon Barkley. And he's out of bounds beyond the 35-yard line.
Some certainly do it better than others, Kate, but every running back in the league today has got to do just that. You cannot be a one-dimensional back in the league anymore. You can't. You got to be able to handle your business, both toting the ball as a runner, and really importantly as a check-down outlet on short throws.
Tough one to retain through that hit. And that'll bring up 4th and 3. A quick 3 plays, Brock, and we have arrived at 4th down just like that as he comes through with some contact to break up what looked like a catch.
Hey, guess what, Kate? These guys aren't getting paid by the down defensively. They want to get themselves off the field in as few snaps as possible, and there was no way they were letting this drive extend beyond a 3-and-out.
They did it! He made the interception! Patrick Queen in to pick it off. And the Steelers have some new life in the 4th.
Well, I'll admit, man, I got to admire the guts, the willingness to continue to challenge the coverage, even with 2 interceptions already. But there's his 3rd strike. And no, it's not baseball, but he definitely has to be smarter with what he's doing with the football.
Here we go. West right there.
Fields on 1st down. Throwing all the way to the end zone here. And that's going to be knocked away, incomplete.
How many times do defenders hear from their coaches, read and react, read and react? You got to read where the quarterback's eyes are going, and then more importantly, you got to react as he begins to throw and knock that ball away.
2nd down and 10, Fields. Throwing over the middle, but it's incomplete. So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down.
Here we go, slide.
Back to throw it. That's caught for the 1st. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. This is the type of performance a former quarterback just like yourself, Brock, can marvel at. He's carried a great performance through much of this game. Even as the defense adjusted, tried to slow him down, none of it mattered.
I like the way you say that right there, Kate, because these moments the game does slow down. It is so fast on the field for the normal person, but when a QB's in a rhythm like this, the game is slow and he is dicing them.
Taken in by Harris. And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Pittsburgh! The Steelers take a 4th quarter lead. Najee Harris, the touchdown. So that, Brock, an important score here as they move out in front.
This is the time of the game where your legs just get a little bit tired, but that was a determined-looking drive right there. They were not going to be denied, and they're able to score and take the lead.
And he's into the end zone, so that turns out to be a very smart risk. They've got the lead in this fourth quarter. Now Boswell on to send this away. And that one bounces through the end zone for a touchback. Now the Eagle offense headed back out to the field. They find themselves down here in the fourth after that touchdown. This game could end up depending on how they respond right here. 1st and 10 now from the 30. They run it with Saquon. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. Offense up to the line fast. They go to Barkley again. He's tackled with the first down yardage. Working quickly here. First down, and they go right back to him. And the middle holds. They don't get anything on the run. No progress on first down, and that'll bring up 2nd and 10.
So close to a big loss of yards for those guys up front. 1 second sooner, you got to tackle behind the line. But a stop to celebrate nonetheless.
That brings us to the 2-minute warning in Pittsburgh. Eagles down by only 3. Second and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Barkley on the shotgun handoff. And he's brought down for a loss.
This is one of those situations, Kate, where I watch the body language of the running back because it'd be very easy for him to raise his hands up, look to the sideline in his O-line and go, what am I supposed to do there? There was nothing, no time at all to try and escape and react. Instead, it goes backwards.
Now to throw. And really, no, he's not going to escape. They take him down on a pivotal play late in this ball game. Staying on the field. This is 4th down. They kick the running back in motion. Desperation time here on 4th. He'll get this one to Brown. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. That'll be a 20-yard hit on 4th down, Brock, and it keeps this drive moving. 1st and 10 from a yard shy of midfield. Running is Barkley. And he's going to be bottled up after taking it down to the 43. First down play, nets him 5. It's going to be 2nd and 5. Setting up to pass. It's Dotson on the catch. And they make the stop. We're going to say at about the 37-yard line. Now we're going to get an offensive timeout. That's their first. 2 timeouts remaining and some time left to use them. It's 1st and 10. Hits his running back. And he will score and give him the lead in the final minute. A chance to take their lead beyond a field goal on this point after. And it's good, so they take the lead, and the extra point buys them some breathing room. A field goal does not tie it now. Elliott's all set for the kickoff. And no return as this bounces through the end zone for a touchback. This offense headed back to the field, led by their receiver. 1st and 10 now from the 30. And after the impressive drive we just witnessed, you gotta imagine that they are hoping to respond with something similar.
Yeah, and I don't love to use the word can't, right? But this can't be a 3-and-out for this offense right here. They gotta give their defense a chance to catch your breath and turn some of the momentum in the building.
Back to throw. A bit of desperation on this deep shot. And he's there to send that one away incomplete.
You know, I don't fault that look at all, Kate, downfield. It was just an excellent defensive play to deny him the ball and knock it away. That is good on good.
No dice on that prior pass. Here's second down.
Here we go.
Here he is to throw. Short pass brought in. Decent gain here, but short of the first. Third and just 2 to go. To throw. Fits it through the middle. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. Time not on their side here as they get set for first down. No timeouts remaining either.
Here we go, slide.
He'll look to throw it. Looking end zone, but touchdown denied. Knocked away, incomplete.
That's a nice job there by the linebacker. He kind of looks like a cornerback on that, doesn't he? Perhaps those cover guys are going to have a little fun with him in practice this week because he looked like a DB right there, swatting the incompletion.
Don't jump. Ready?
Throwing again on second down, Fields. And that's incomplete, and it also stops the clock with just 5 seconds left. Trying to find his tight end. And that's going to leave him with a tough 3rd and long. Looking to throw it. Has it in close. And he's in, and that's a touchdown. And with almost no time left, he just likely won them this game. Absolutely clutch score there, Brock, as they take the lead here in the final minutes.
Incredible execution. The moment not too big for any of them. And Kate, they cashed in when it really mattered.
Extra point upcoming. This to put it to a field goal game. And he shakes out the pressure to nail the point after, and now an opposing field goal would only tie this game. Now Boswell on to send this away. And that one hit the landing zone first and then into the end zone. So it's going to be a touchback out to the 20. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. One final shot here. Escapes the pocket. And this one falls incomplete. No miracles on the final drive today. This game is over. So make a check in the win column for the Steelers. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with a victory.
For Saquon Barkley. The veteran Chris Boswell ready to get things going. And we're underway here in South Philly. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. So the Philadelphia offense set to take over for the first time. And leading them out, their quarterback, it's Jalen Hurts.
I don't know about you, Mike, but my biggest takeaway from our meeting with him was just how important it is that they get off to a fast start. He made it very clear. They wanted to put their opponent on their heels right from the jump. So I think early in this game, they're going to come out swinging right from their opening whistle.
To the air right away is Hurts. He finds Jahan Dotson. And he's going to get this one out to the 43-yard line. First carry for Saquon Barkley. Fighting off defenders here. He'll churn forward and pick up 3. They face 2nd down and 7. This one is caught by Dobson. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line. On the handoff, this is Barkley. And he is going to be stuffed well behind the line of scrimmage. That play going absolutely nowhere. He finds Devontae Smith. And he'll be taken down after a gain of 9 and 3rd down coming up. He'll go right back to Smith. They hook up again. And he's going to have the 1st down. It is a gain of 6. Good conversion on 3rd down. To the sideline, and what a catch, and what a great job to keep the feet alive. Inbounds as good as you can do it. A run up the middle with Barkley. He is met and dropped. A couple of yards behind the line of scrimmage, too.
A 2-yard loss brings up 3rd and 17.
3rd and long for Hurts. That's over the middle and intercepted. Picked off by Deshaun Elliott. And the Steelers are going to take possession here at their own 33.
Well, that's certainly not what we were expecting to see, especially from a quarterback of this caliber. Opening drive turnover. And let's hope for their sake, Mike, this is not a sign of things to come the rest of the day.
A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. Right to the air, it's Fields. He's going to keep it himself.
Well done here by the quarterback, realizing quickly in his progression that there's going to be nowhere to deliver the ball, but there was some space to pick some yards up with his feet. He's able to get out of bounds, picking up some positive yardage to make it a shorter 3rd down attempt.
They'll come to the line now on 2nd and 2. Now a first carry for the Alabama product, Najee Harris. And they'll bring him down just shy of midfield, but that is enough. It's a 1st down. That ball flutters to the ground. It's incomplete. Well, fortunate there wasn't a defender right there in the area. Could have been a turnover. Instead, it brings up 2nd down. Working out of the gun, it's Fields. He'll let this go for Pickens. And they're going to be set up in the red zone. They've got it inside the 15. He pulls it in around the 5. And he's close to another 1st down as he's brought down just shy of the marker. To the end zone, it's intercepted. And the Eagles will take over here just past the 30. A short field to work with as they look for their first points of the game.
Well, but this guy might lose a little bit, Mike, as he gets long in the tooth. He certainly makes up for it in experience. You're not going to be able to do a lot of things to trick him on the back end. He reads this play right from the jump, makes a great break on the ball, and if that ball hits his hands more times than not, it's going to be a takeaway.
And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more.
So often when it comes to safeties, Mike, we talk about their speed and their range. But for him to be able to come up and make a tackle and be physical at the point of attack and keep this ball carrier to no gain, that's pretty impressive.
Now for the third time in the first quarter, he's been intercepted. Picked off by Patrick Queen. And the Steelers have excellent field position as they take over right at midfield.
All right, so that's consecutive drives now. You've come out here and thrown interceptions. I think at this point, Mike, it's time to run the ball. It's time to give this offense a little bit of a reset, settle this quarterback down. And if nothing else, let's cool off this secondary. They are flying to the ball. They are...
And he will score! George Pickens. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. Chris Boswell on for the point after. He gets it to go, and the Steelers will take a 7-0 lead.
Eagles nothing. Chris Boswell will be kicking off for Pittsburgh.
Boswell now following the touchdown. Back out to kick this one off. And this one is fielded in the end zone. Will not be returned. So it'll come out to the 30. Here comes the Philly offense now as they make their way back onto the field. They trail here by a touchdown as this drive will start with a first. And he's going to have to eat this one as down he goes. Now Jalen Hurts on second down. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing third down. Here's Hurts. Open man left side is Brown. He's got it. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield. And how about that? 3rd and a mile. And they convert and pick up a first down. And that will be incomplete. They could not hook up. Again, Hurts. To the left side, it's caught by Brown. And he'll be out of bounds all the way down at the 10. Another catch from there. Numbers starting to stack up in this one. Closing in on 100 yards, and we're still in the first half. So not quite first and goal. It's 1st and 10. They're pretty close. And he'll take this down to about the 7.
He's tackled at the 7-yard line. A 3-yard pickup brings up second.
To throw on second down is Hurts. And he'll take it on in. Jahan Dotson. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Jake Elliott now for the extra point. The kick is good. And the Eagles will level things out at 7 apiece. We're all tied, 7 apiece. And the kick's away. This one brought in at the 16-yard line. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. George Pickens and the Steelers offense heading back onto the field. They'll try to break out of this deadlock. We are all even at 7 as they start this drive, 1st and 10. And a good job following his blockers, a gain of 7. It'll be 2nd down. From the shotgun, it's Fields. That's pulled in Najee Harris. And he is out of bounds all the way down at the 35-yard line. That is a big-time play for the Steelers. And even 30 yards. From the 35, it's 1st and 10. Throwing is Fields. A pass taken in by Harris. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple.
You can see the eyes of the quarterback. He's trying to push this ball initially downfield, but with the defense doing a good job keeping a lid on the cup, he's forced to check this ball down to the shallow route. But this is something that they know in the future. If I need a couple yards, they can come back to this play.
Good decision to take off. He gets 15 yards and a 1st down.
Mike, anytime you're preparing to play a quarterback like this, the defense has to be prepared to keep him in the pocket. Once he gets out, we can see clearly why he is such a threat with his legs.
On the handoff, it's Harris. And he's going to be stopped in his tracks. He'll lose a couple of yards on that one. Now a 2nd down throw for pressure. Gets there. And down he goes. So backed up after the sack. And now it's 3rd and long. And that is incomplete.
It's just so hard to be a good offense in the NFL, Mike, when you are not good on 3rd down. Your inability to extend drives, it either puts a lot of pressure on your coaches to be aggressive on 4th down, or simply punt or take a field goal. You have to maintain possession and give you more cracks to score touchdowns. And I think this is going to end up being considered a successful drive, Mike. I think obviously you would have loved to see them come down and convert and score a touchdown. But at the very least, they needed to come away with 3. They were able to do that and take a lead on that field goal.
The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. The Eagles offense ready to see what they can do with this next possession. This one has been tight so far. A field goal separating the two sides as this drive kicks off with 1st and 10. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. This one into the hands of Brown. And they bring him down, but not until he gets the 45-yard line. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Running room hard to come by as he'll get ahead for a yard. Dante Jackson that time in on the tackle. Now a stoppage for an injured player, and it's Saquon Barkley who appears to be shaken up. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. On 2nd down, Hurts. This one brought in by Brown. And he's taken down inside the opponent's 35. Here's the change of pace back. That's Kenneth Gainwell. And this time they are ready for him. He'll be thrown for a loss. No big gain that carry. It's 2nd down. That one pulled in by Brown. And he's going to be taken down as we hit the 2-minute warning here in this 1st half. They're at the 17-yard line now for 1st and 10. A shotgun snap now to Hurts. The open receiver is Dotson. And he's close to another 1st down as he's brought down just shy of the marker.
It's a gain of 9. Brings up 2nd and a yard.
A 2nd down throw for Hurts. He's got it at the 3. This drive's going to continue. They bring him down, but not before he picks up 1st and goal for his team. Good blocking, and he's in. Kenneth Gainwell. Touchdown, Eagles. Taking care of business on the ground to get the score. And, Greg, the big guys up front, they deserve some praise on that one.
Absolutely, Mike. And it really only takes one guy to distort the defense and win his block. But in this case, give credit to the entire unit. They did their job, and they reward their offense with a touchdown.
Elliott on now for the PAT. The kick is good, and the Eagles are on top. It's 14-10. Still a little time. Final minute of this first half. We'll see if they can do anything with this kickoff that is coming their way. And a decent return there. He'll get this up just shy of the 30. The Steelers offense going to take over here in the last minute of this first half. They trail by 4. A touchdown gives them the lead. Drive begins with 1st and 10. And he'll get about 6 there, setting up 2nd down. Now Fields. That's out to the flat, and it's complete. And he is out of bounds on the other side of midfield. Set to go now on 1st and 10. Back to throw is Fields. He'll let this go for Pickens. And the Eagles are going to have it. They'll take over at their own 24-yard line.
Every once in a while, Mike, you see a quarterback predetermined before the snap where they're going to go with the ball. And I think that was the case here. He told himself, I'm throwing the ball to him no matter what, and it ends up being a costly mistake.
On 1st and 10, it's Hurts. This one is caught by Dotson. So the Eagles will use their first timeout here as they'll stop it with 14 seconds to go in half number 1. From the shotgun, it's Hurts. And for the 4th time today, he has been intercepted. Picked off by Minkah Fitzpatrick.
There's not a position on the field, Mike, let alone any sport, where the mental side doesn't come in and impact how well you perform. And in this case, when you've thrown 4 interceptions in one game, I think we can all safely assume some of those mental issues have seeped into his game.
And he's into the end zone. Calvin Austin. Touchdown, Steelers.
You hear coaches, you hear commentators, everybody talks about that middle 4, Mike, the final 2 minutes of the 2nd quarter and the first 2 minutes of the 3rd quarter. Here they are now. They go down and they steal a late touchdown to end the half. Remember, they're going to get the ball first coming out of the break.
So, final seconds of this first half. Looks like they'll take a lead into the locker room as the kick's away. This one is fielded in the end zone, but he will not bring it out. It's a touchback, and this drive will begin at the 30-yard line. Hurts looking to throw on 1st down. Quick throw, taken in, and he's going to be taken down as time runs out on this first half of play. And hold that thought. Let's get right back to it. We are ready for the 3rd quarter. This one will be taken in the their way back out. They lead by a field goal as they go to work with a 1st and 10. This drive begins with a run by Harris. He'll get about 2. Reed Blankenship coming up from his safety spot to make the stop. 2nd down, it's Fields. They look underneath here for Harris. He's going nowhere. Going to lose yardage on that play. Fields from the gun on 3rd down. And they will continue to go backwards. He's taken down for a second. On 4th down, it's Corliss Waitman out to punt. They send Britton Covey back deep. And not much doing there. They made sure he would not get free. Jalen Hurts. Back to throw here to begin the drive. Who else? Another catch for his favorite target. And he's close to a 1st down. It's a gain of 9. Nice pitch and catch on 1st down. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down.
Sometimes it's those footsteps. I don't care how long you've been playing or at what level you've been playing at. When that defender's bearing down, you really get a good idea of what guys are willing to go through contact to secure a catch, and in this case, what guys are unwilling.
And he will get into the end zone. A.J. Brown. Touchdown, Philadelphia. What a job to finish the play with a touchdown. The catch and carry, and the carry part, Greg, that was the most impressive there.
Well, you said it, Mike. The catch was nice, but it's what can you do after the catch that really separates guys in this league. And in this case, he did plenty because it ended up in a touchdown.
So following the score, here comes Elliott to kick this one away. From the 6, here comes a return. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. Steelers offense ready to come back out for this next possession. They'll do so with 1st and 10. Working out of the gun, it's Fields. He's going to look for the home run ball.
They're trying to take the top off the defense, make them feel that vertical threat, and soften everything up. Wasn't a ton of separation downfield, at least not what they would have preferred, and ends it up being a wasted down.
Fields now on 2nd down. Again, working deep downfield. And he's going to be dragged down, but not until he's inside the 25. Fields now to throw on 1st down. This is caught at the 2. And they're going to get this all the way down inside the 5.
Well, they certainly aren't wasting any time marching down the field. I mean, you only need one hand to count how many plays they've run, and yet they find themselves 1st and goal inside the low red zone.
Trying to fight his way into the end zone, but they will mark him short. Down at the 1. No signal, and we will not get one. He's stopped short, and now it's 3rd and goal.
This offense is finding out the hard way, Mike. There is just not a lot of room to operate against this defense down near the goal line.
Can the defense do it again? From the 1. 3rd down now, and goal. And he's so close to breaking the plane, but the official's going to... And he's able to get the ball across the goal line. He's in. Justin Fields. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. Greg, I wasn't so certain about leaving the offense out there, but they did, and it paid off with a touchdown.
And I love it, Mike. I think we're starting to see this more and more often in today's NFL. Take advantage of field position. Put the trust in your offense. It's exactly what their head coach does here and certainly pays off.
And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. That's A.J. Brown and the rest of the Eagles offense set to take over once more. They'll start it here with a 1st and 10. Hurts. Nowhere to go. He is taken down. Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. He'll get this ahead for about 3. Cole Holcomb in on the tackle. 3rd and long. And this drive is over before it can start. He's swallowed up to force 4th down. Here comes the Eagles punt team, as he'll hit this from just outside of his own goal line. Here comes Jackson on the return. And it's a good return here, able to take it across the 50, set up the offense with a short field. The Steelers offense and George Pickens out for their next possession. 1st and 10. They'll have a short field, looking to build on the lead. Not much to speak of on that one, maybe a gain of a yard. It's 2nd down. From the shotgun, it's Fields. There's a short one caught by Freiermuth. And they're going to take this into the red zone to the 15-yard line. On 1st down, it's Harris. Trying to find somewhere to move forward, but nothing going. Tackled for the loss of a yard. He pulls it in around the 5. This crowd into it now as we get to 3rd down. We'll try to run for it with Harris. And the Steelers are going to have a 1st and goal coming up as they find a way to convert on 3rd and 1. Trying to find a crease in there. It's a big pile of bodies, but he is going to come up short. Another shot from the 1 on 2nd and goal. They'll run the sneak. And he's into the end zone. That might be the knockout punch. Justin Fields. Touchdown, Steelers. Boswell adds the extra point, and the Steelers will open it up even further here in this 4th quarter. Boswell now following the touchdown. Back out to kick this one off. Now, this is going to be returned from deep in the end zone. Not much on the return. They'll stop him at the 17. The Eagles offense ready to get back at it. Interesting point here, Greg. This is one of those where, put me in the mind of the play caller. Are you thinking just keep the ball on the ground right now?
I think it's hard. I think a lot of it has to do with how much confidence do you have that he can work himself through it, because as the turnovers continue to stack up, your biggest fear is that the confidence breaks down. So a lot of this is really just how well do you understand, what kind of relationship do you have with your...
Oh, he doesn't put it away, and the ball's out. And it's recovered by one of his teammates. They'll come up 1st and 10 at the 40. They run out of the gun with Barkley. Here's a 2nd and 9. Hurts. There's that man again. Another catch. And he's down on the other side of midfield. Mark him at the 48-yard line. Gets it away quickly, and it's caught. enviable spot to operate from. Here's 2nd and inches. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. Oh, for the 5th time, he is intercepted. Picked up by Joey Porter Jr.
You know, Mike, the one thing that we used to say is it didn't matter how good you were or how long you played. Eventually, you were just going to have one of those days, and I think for this quarterback, he's got to be able to move on from this pretty quickly because this is about as bad a day in the office as you can imagine.
On 1st and 10, Fields. A pass taken in by Harris.
This pitch and catch may have looked routine, but I promise you, Mike, these types of anticipatory throws, especially outside the numbers, they don't occur without countless reps, oftentimes when nobody's even watching.
Now a 2nd down throw for Fields. And they're going to move this ball inside the 25-yard line. 1st down, Fields. And he's in. Calvin Austin. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. 2 touchdowns for him now on the afternoon. Boswell adds the extra point, and the Steelers are able to extend the lead.
Chris Boswell, the kickoff for Pittsburgh.
Boswell now, following the touchdown, back out to kick this one off. The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. The Eagles offense getting things in order as they trot out for this next possession. The deficit is 17, so they got to start cutting into it soon. See if it starts here. 1st and 10. Trying to get away, but he will not. They finally run him down. So after the loss on 1st, here's 2nd and 14. That's to the left side and taken in by Smith. And he'll be taken down as the clock ticks towards 2 minutes to play. He'll go right back to Smith. They hook up again. 2 minutes remain in the 4th quarter. Greg and I back on EA Sports after this. The offense is staying right there. They're going for it. 4th and a couple. A shotgun snap now to Hurts. And he's just throwing ducks up there. Another ball intercepted. Picked off by Mika Fitzpatrick.
And that should be the final dagger in this one. I mean, barring something dramatic happening here, Mike, I just don't think there's enough time or possessions left in this game to pull off any sort of comeback.
They'll come up here, 1st and 10. To throw is Fields. That's over the middle and taken in by Freiermuth. And they'll move this ball way down into the red zone, inside the 20-yard line. He runs. The ball comes out. And fortunately, this is going to get out of bounds, so possession does not change hands. A run. Here's Harris. And he nearly got free. But as it is, gain of 6. It sets up 3rd down. He's got his tight end. That's Freiermuth. And they'll stop him just short of the goal line, but they are going to have enough to convert. It's going to be. And this is going to be a touchdown. They are going to extend the lead here in the final minute of play. 2-point try coming up. Fields has the offense set. They'll give it to Harris again. And he finds his way to the end zone again. Scores both the touchdown and the 2-point conversion to extend the lead. So the kickoff team out there one final time in the final minute as they kick it away. And we will not have a run back here. It's a touchback and will come out to the 20-yard line. The Eagles offense about ready to take over once more. Things not looking good. Now here's another ball that's intercepted. Picked off by Patrick Queen. And he won't be able to take it all the way in, but that is a great return, and they are set up first and goal.
At this point, they're just trying to make something positive happen here late in the fourth quarter. This secondary blanketed the entire field, and the ball ends up falling into the wrong arms.
And this is good. Good to have you with us. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson. We are about set for kickoff. Greg, talking to the coaches all week. We're so curious to see what's going to play out here at the start of this one.
And ideally, I think each of these teams is thinking, okay, we think this is how the game's going to unfold. This is our plan. This is how we're going to go attack. And if that's the case, great. But very rarely does that happen, Mike. So it's really the team that makes the best adjustments in real time, in between possessions, in between snaps. The team that adjusts the fastest and the most efficiently, they're the ones that come the end of the game. They tend to have the advantage.
Ball rests at the 37. It's 1st and 10. On the ground for the first time, here comes Jonathan Taylor. Not much to speak of on that one. Maybe a gain of a yard. It's 2nd down. Out of the shotgun, Richardson. That's complete. Highland grabs it. And they're going to work this down inside the 45. On 1st and 10, here's Richardson. That's complete. Jonathan Taylor out of the backfield. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. They'll come up to 3rd and 3. From the gun, Richardson. That's complete to his running back, Taylor. And it looks like he's going to have the first down. What great work after the catch to extend the drive. And nothing on that one, back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it. On 2nd down, Richardson. He'll get that one to Taylor, complete. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up 3rd down.
You can see the eyes of the quarterback. He's trying to push this ball initially downfield, but with the defense doing a good job keeping a lid on the coverage, he's forced to check this.
Under pressure, and he'll go down. They got him. What a call on this opening drive. They're going to go for it on 4th down. This one incomplete. The defense up to the challenge there. They force the incompletion, and they'll take the ball over on downs.
So the offense found themselves in a little bit of no man's land. They were too far for a field goal attempt, but too close to attempt a punt. So they decided to be aggressive early and go for it on 4th down. But it was the defense that turned him away with a huge stop to start this game. He decides to go with this safe throw and throws it well short of the sticks. And at this level, Mike, you just can't miss layups like that.
They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. Opening carry of the game, it's J.K. Dobbins. He'll move the pile forward. Let's give him a couple. Kenny Moore there to make the play. We're going to try to pick this up on 3rd and 8. That's over the middle and intercepted. And the defense comes up with the first points of this one. It is a pick 6 to make it a 6-0 lead.
And Mike, we talked all week which offense was going to be able to strike first and play with the lead. Well, the defense, they had other plans. They're able to put the first points on the board by capitalizing with that pick six.
Matt Gay on for the extra point. The kick is good. And the Colts will take a 7-0 lead. So, after the touchdown, here's Gay to kick this one away. From deep in the end zone, he's going to bring this one out. And he will.
He's past the 30. I don't know if they're going to get to him. And he's all the way home. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. The Steelers take a second quarter lead. Well, when it's set up perfectly, Brock, and you get an exciting return man back there fielding it, wow, there are not many plays in football more exciting than taking a kick back for 6.
Find those blockers, follow those blockers, and then step on the gas. So simple for me to describe, yet so tough to execute on the field.
And the call to go for it not rewarded as the pass falls incomplete. Well, we certainly got an exciting opening to our half with that return. And a little more excitement as they go for 2, but they come up short.
Yeah, nice for this defense, after getting hit in the mouth on the return, to step up and rise to the occasion. Not the way that anybody on that side wanted to come out of the locker room, but denying them the 2 points at least stabilizes things a bit, and that gives their offense a chance to answer in a moment.
Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. They go with Barkley here. And he found some running room for a nice gain. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. Now Barkley. And that one's forward for 1, maybe 2 yards. There on the stop, Larry Ogunjobi. Running is Barkley. And he'll get them enough for a 1st down.
Win the early battle. Get a little leverage. Low man wins off the line, and that's all that was needed to ensure that 1st down right there.
1st and 10 from the 41. Shotgun snap for Hurts. Able to find Dotson here. He gets it ahead, winds up with about 3. Brought to the ground by Dante Jackson. Offense in the hurry up here. A give to Barkley. And he got it real close, but stopped just about a yard or so shy of that 1st down. Offense up to the line fast. Hurts with it on 3rd and short. And he let his man too much there, Brock. Incomplete, 4th down coming up.
There's the importance of staying in phase as a defender. He was all over him in coverage, and that really did help force the incompletion.
Offense still staying out after the incompletion. They're going to try on 4th. Throwing now, needing a 1st. That's caught beyond the marker. And he's going to be drugged down, looks like at that 37-yard line. Working quickly here. From the gun, a give to Gainwell. And he'll scurry forward for a pickup of 3. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7. It's the 2-minute warning now from Acrisure. It's the Eagles with a 2nd and 7. from the 34. He's on the move. He's got to gain a 6 there. Patrick Queen ranging in for the tackle. Eagles hustling everyone back to the line. Here's Barkley. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. Eagles hustling everyone back to the line. On first down, Hurts. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Just couldn't hang on through the contact. So it's second down coming up. So they opt for the shorter pass later in the progression on that play, Brock, but man, the defense took that away too.
Well, what they tell us yesterday in those production meetings, nothing comes easy. No easy completions from shots down the field to those checkdowns to the running back. Wanted to make this offense earn everything. And they just did.
Second down, Hurts throwing again. Oh, brother, it's another interception. Minka Fitzpatrick has got it. 30. Gets the 10. And he takes this one back for the pick 6. Well, talk about aggressive coverage, Brock, to have somebody in position for pick behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, this quarterback is never going to take that short pass for granted again. That is usually one you do in your sleep. He's just now going to be restless in his sleep thinking about it.
Well, Brock, hopefully some short memories on offense as they get it right back here on the kickoff after that pick 6. He'll bring it out from a couple yards deep. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. The Eagles taking over now late in the first half. And we're a shade away from 50 seconds to go in the half. That's enough time to put something together. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Starting on the ground here with Barkley. And he found some running room for a nice gain. Timeout taken by the Eagles. That's going to be their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. Back to throw, Hurts. And he just got it away before the hit, but the pass winds up incomplete. It's going to be 3rd down.
You know, that was a play, Kate, right there where you need to buy your receivers just enough time to get open along their routes. And your quarterback enough time to find and hit him with the throw. Time? Well, that's not what he had. O-line couldn't hold up, and it forces the incompletion.
Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. You go middle of the field against zone coverage, Brock. You know this firsthand. You are throwing into rush hour, and there aren't a lot of easy completions to be found in that part of the field.
Yeah, and a lot of those throws, Kate, you're signing your guy up to take some sort of hit. It's on you to protect your guys. Credit that deep.
Got him deep behind the line. Oh, the ball is out. Steelers have it, headed the other way. Well, whether they recover that one or not, either way, they were turning the ball over there. But no doubt, probably stings a little bit extra way instead of just being stopped short.
It sure does, because look at the defense. Look at what you just gave them momentum-wise. Not just the ball, but the spirit of those guys knowing, yeah, they not only stuffed you, but they could rip that ball away from you too.
Thought he had a touchdown there. So it'll be 2nd down.
Here we go.
Fields out of the gun. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Well-timed strike by that defender to knock it free. And that's going to leave him with a tough 3rd and long. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Ball and defender arrived at the exact same time there. So that brings up 4th and long. Dicker connects there. And go ahead and make this a 15-point game now.
Anytime you start sniffing that red zone and you don't score 6, you only come away with 3 points. Not what you were looking for on the call sheet.
Now Boswell on to send this away. Returning it from the 4. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. First and 10, but only time left for maybe a couple of plays here. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. And that's incomplete with 7 seconds left. Time for one, maybe two more snaps. Couldn't connect on first. It's second down. Back to throw it. This one snagged by Dallas Goedert. And it's a nice little chunk here, 6 yards. Cole Holcomb there on the stop. Here comes the final play of our first half. A final throw before the break. Oh, put some heat on this deep ball, left side. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free, incomplete. So we arrive at halftime here in Pittsburgh. Our apologies to the halftime performers and anyone hoping for a quick snack break. Nope, not this time. We're pushing right through and getting the third quarter started. Now Boswell on to send this away. From a couple of yards deep, this is going to come out. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Philadelphia has its offense out to start this third quarter. And some opening drive points would be invaluable, Bronk, trailing by 2 scores as they leave that locker room. Out of the gun, they'll give it to him inside. And he found some running room for a nice gain. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. On second down, here's Barkley. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
Ooh, I like that. I really like that execution to move the chains. Now that third down call that they had ready, well, they could stick it right back in the pocket for a later occasion.
Barkley's got it. And he gets it forward to steal about a yard out of that. Deshaun Elliott with that tackle. Barkley on the shotgun handoff. Inside the 30. Oh, what a stiff arm. And he finally ends up out of bounds after a huge gain. They rip off a big chunk of field, and it sets him up with first and goal. They're gonna run with Barkley. And they sent it straight ahead, but the front stops him after a gain of 3. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. Barkley does not get in. His push is stopped just short of that goal line.
Hey, I know 3rd and 1 feels like an automatic running down, but after seeing that last play yield you nothing, this offense and that coordinator's got a seed of doubt. This defense playing some mind games with them.
So now, here's 3rd and goal. Here's a give inside to Gainwell. And he's in for the touchdown. The Eagles cut into the lead coming out of halftime. Elliott on now to attempt the point after. Extra point sent in through the rain. And the Eagles get it back to within 1 score. All right, that lead cut down to 8 after that score, and the kick is away. On the return, here comes Austin. Tackle made as the return gets it out to the 32. The Steelers are headed back out there now, led by Justin Fields. And this is some quality film review right here. Look at this, couple of touchdowns, good amount of yards too. He's been moving them down the field like only he can, putting together quite the game for himself in the process. Taken in by Harris. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They give to Harris from the gun. And they stop him after a good run that takes him down inside the 40. Offense in the hurry up here. from the 39. He's got Harris. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. Offense up to the line fast. From the gun, they go with Harris. He's pushed straight ahead, and that's maybe a yard at most. It was Reed Blankenship making the stop. Here we go, 2nd and 9. Gets this one to Harris. And he'll be brought down here at the 23-yard line. Working quickly here. A 3rd down run with Harris. And he stopped just before he reaches the red zone at the 21. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Hits him on the out route. Has some room to work. Is across the line for the Pittsburgh touchdown. The Steelers push their lead further to start the half. Najee Harris, the touchdown. Well, in a close game, they needed somebody to make that type of play. Now it pushes their lead to a couple of scores and makes a comeback that much more difficult.
You know, Kate, their offense did its part and padded the lead. Now it's up to this defense to make this 2-score lead hold up and carry it across the finish line.
That had just enough leg. It's over the crossbar and good. And the Steelers lead by 15 now. Now Boswell on to send this away. He's going to return it from a yard or two deep. And this drive will start inside the 25. The Eagles and Saquon Barkley ready to take over once again. Their last drive contained a heavy dose of the ground game, a little old-school dominance on the way to a touchdown, Brock. Let's see if they stick with it or if they go aerial this time around. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Throwing here, Hurts. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Part of what's earned him status, Brock, is one of the league's better tight ends. Are those hands, right? His dependable hands. So shouts to the defense there because he wasn't able to hang on that time.
Kate, it's one thing for these defenders to separate a receiver from the ball, but to do so on a stud tight end, that's big time.
A solid 8-yard gain there, and now they're going to have 3rd and 2. The dose of the hurry-up offense here. Barkley gets it on 3rd down. They come through with a nice gain there. Gain of 10, 1st down. Offense in the hurry-up here. 1st down throwing for Hurts. Well, the pressure nearly got to him, but still a good play defensively as that one falls incomplete. No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. They'll go from the gun with Barkley. And it's a nice gain on the run, aided by that broken tackle. Offense up to the line fast. Free play here. Let's see what he does. He's got it to him yet again, and the ball is out. Oh, and the fumble jumps out of bounds. What a break there for the offense. So after some careful consideration, they're going to go ahead and decline the penalty. Now Hurts. Hits his running back. He'll work it a couple of yards past the line. Tackling like his dad, Joey Porter Jr. making that play.
Kate, I don't know why every once in a while I'll get these little flashbacks, but a little play like that just flashes me back to the preseason, my first preseason. And one of the veteran QBs said, hey, Brock, whatever you do, just find completions. You will never go broke taking a profit. Go get a completion. They're at a premium in this league.
And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. Splits a couple of defenders and completes it. And defenders arriving in support to finish him off at the line.
I got to be honest, it hurts a little extra when it comes on third down, but it really doesn't matter what down it is. If a completed pass is stopped at the line of scrimmage offensively, that's a failure. Defensively, that's a success.
And that one is not where he needed it to be. It is off and no good. And this stays a 15-point game.
Gosh, it didn't look like anything was wrong with that snap or hold either. He just rushed it a bit, and it winds up off the mark.
Pittsburgh getting its offense all set to go. And taking a look at these highlights, Brock, just a reminder of the type of game that they have had throwing the football. It really has been the key to their success.
Yeah, they've just not only stayed on schedule here, Kate. Man, they've made some music, right? Great rhythm.
Yeah.
Not just ahead of schedule, but huge plays have followed. We've seen a lot of different looks and wrinkles throughout this performance, and it's been a joy to watch.
Second down and 10, Fields. And no look there, and that throw falls to the ground.
Can't cover it much better than that. Really well covered, Kate, on that play. There just simply was not a window for him to sneak that throw in.
Taking his shot, deep down the field it goes. Oh no, they get him yet again. Picked off by Quinion Mitchell. And the Eagles get it as he makes his third interception in this game.
You know, my dad was my old high school coach. He was a play caller. He was an offensive guy. And after days like this, and I remember one in particular, he'd say, son, some days peanuts, some days shells. This has been nothing but a bunch of shells for this quarterback today.
Offense ready to begin this drive, 1st and 10. Now a shotgun handoff to Gainwell. And they'll manage to contain him after about a 6-yard pickup. Hit applied by Keanu Benton. Give him around 6. That's going to make it 2nd and 4.
Some backs are easier to tackle than others. Some, well, they just choose violence. They look for those opportunities to bust through tackles and keep those legs pumping.
2nd and 4. An all-around tough play for him. He took a shot on the release, and it definitely affected the throw. It's incomplete. So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. Hurts now from the gun. Complete beyond the marker. And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it's stopped. Working quickly here. Staying between the tackles with Gainwell. And that carry only nets one on the plunge up the gut. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Shotgun snap for Hurts. Got to him right as he threw it, and it falls to the ground.
Well, both ends of their defense nearly came away with a huge play. Another step, and they sacked the quarterback. But even still, the hit altered the throw and almost set up a takeaway.
Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. Here's Hurts. Has a man, it's Brown. And he'll go down, and we'll say right at the 39-yard line. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. That's complete. Here's Brown. And he pushes this down to the 42 before going down. Offense in the hurry-up here. They'll run here with Gainwell. And they limit the damage just a few yards on that game. Patrick Queen ranging in for the tackle. Here's 2nd and 7. He'll get this one to Brown. And he's stopped at the 31-yard line. Offense up to the line fast. 1st and 10. Here's Hurts. Finds him over the middle. And they get this all the way down to the 16-yard line. This is the type of performance a former quarterback just like yourself, Brock, can marvel at. He's carried a great performance through much of this game. Even as the defense adjusted, tried to slow him down, none of it mattered.
I like the way you say that right there, Kate, because these moments the game does slow down. It is so fast on the field for the normal person, but when a QB's in a rhythm like this, the game is slow, and he is dicing them.
3 yards on the first down play, and that brings up 2nd and 7. Hurts looking to throw. He brings it in. And he has it down to the 8-yard line on the play. Third and just 2 to go. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. Has it down close. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
You're not going to last long in the National Football League if you don't convert a good chunk of your third downs. Nice find there to continue the series.
Gainwell is in. Touchdown, Philadelphia. The Eagles parlay the interception into points. It's what every player who scores a touchdown wants to do, Brock. He wants to get right back there and put another 6 on the board.
I've never met an NFL player content with one end zone trip in a game.
Nope.
Yeah, if you're content, you're not making it to this league. You get one, you're instantly thinking of another, and the fortunate few are able to actually deliver on it.
That one splits the uprights. And the Eagles get it back to within 1 score. All right, that lead cut down to 8 after that score, and the kick is away. On the return, here comes Austin. Finds some space, he's past the 30. They track him down, but a nice return in the end there, Brock. He's up to the 38. Now Pittsburgh's offense running back out for a new series. They've certainly had no issues scoring, but their opponents have been right there with them, so they could really use some more points on this drive. And this throw's knocked away, incomplete.
You know, I don't fault that look at all, Kate, downfield. It was just an excellent defensive play to deny him the ball and knock it away. That is good on good.
Throwing again on 2nd down, Fields. He's keeping it. It looks like we can call it about 4 yards in the end. Brought down by Jalen Carter. They come to the line here. This is 3rd and 6. Out of the shotgun, Fields. That one falls incomplete and brings us to the end of this 3rd quarter. On 4th down, it's Corliss Waitman on for the Steelers to punt this away. And this somehow is only going to be our first punt of the game. And he can't evade the coverage team for much. They stop him before he gets really anything on that return. And that punt reaches 50 yards. And the Eagles will take possession. Handoff here to Gainwell. And finally, they bring him down. He shook off a couple of defenders there on a nice pickup. Again, this is Gainwell. And he's brought down after a tremendous effort just to get a couple of yards. Working quickly here. Hurts with it on 3rd and short. Can't connect over the middle. It's incomplete. That one intended for Jahan Dotson. And now they're left with 4th and short.
I think if you look up in phase in the defensive encyclopedia, that is a picture-perfect form of it. He was all over him in coverage, really forcing the incompletion.
Third down pass didn't work, but the offense staying out there on 4th. On 4th down, Hurts has him on the quick hitter. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. And this is Gainwell. And he's going to be brought down at the 42. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. Here's 2nd and 5. Short pass brought in. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47. Offense in the hurry up here. From the gun, a give to Gainwell. And all he can get is 1 yard. Ran that right into the defensive front. They stick with Gainwell. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
That's the type of call that offensively, man, it just builds so much confidence. I don't even think they were looking to get the first down. Just get to a manageable third down, but instead they move the chains, and that is one disheartening look on that defense.
Let's see how they attack this first down, Brock, from the 43. Hurts. It's Dotson on the catch. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. A give here to Gainwell. And this one doesn't go far. Offense up to the line fast. 3rd down from the gun. He has the first over the middle. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of third downs just like that.
He brings the offense up now for a 1st and 10. Hurts setting up to throw. Completed over the middle. And he has it down officially to the red zone at the 20. Working quickly here. On the handoff, here's Gainwell. And that hit stops him in his tracks. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. From the gun on 3rd down. Catch made over the middle. And he'll go down here at the 16. 5 yards on that play and enough for a new set of downs.
It's not just imperative that a quarterback knows man or zone. Same thing for a receiver, especially on a drag route. When he sees zone coverage like that, just settle down, find the soft spot, and give your quarterback a chance.
And he's brought down for a loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few and got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now. Throwing here, Hurts. And they pick him off again! Cole Holcomb has it. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Carried by Harris here to start the drive. And he's brought down. They're spotting this one right at the 20. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. This is Harris on 2nd down. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down. Offense in the hurry-up here. On 1st and 10, it's Fields. He's got Harris. He picks up 15 on the play. And that's a Steelers 1st down.
That is what elite offenses are all about. Why worry about 3 downs when you need only 1? Move the chains in one play and keep driving that defense backwards.
Here we go.
Now running for the first time with Jalen Warren. And he gets a few on the plunge forward. Offense up to the line fast. From the 48. Finds his back, Jalen Warren. And he's going to go down right along the midfield stripe.
11.
Fields now on 3rd. Caught by Freiermuth. Give him 15 yards on the pickup there. And he'll bring up a Pittsburgh 1st down. They're set up at the 35 now.
Here we go.
Fields on first down. Taken in by Harris. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play. Working quickly here. Another throw for Fields. This one delivered off target, Brock. That's incomplete.
That is normally a gimme for this offense, these short throws. But the defense, well, they had just enough influence on that play to force the incompletion.
He throws a bullet to the center of the field. And that's incomplete. He's going to wish he hung on to that pick there, but it's still going to bring up fourth down.
Oh, that was such an opportunity lost. They were looking for a way out without giving up any points on the series. And instead, well, he just couldn't quite hang on.
That's caught beyond the marker. And he'll go down here at the 16. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Into traffic, complete. And this play reaches the 12-yard line before the stop is made. Fields out of the gun. And he's going to score. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. The Steelers go up by 2 scores as they try to put this one away. Mike Williams, the touchdown. And the kick is good. And we're going to have some extra yardage added to the kickoff on the roughing call. So they tag him for roughing the kicker. And now this kickoff's going to come from the 50. Let's see if they loft in and try to stick him deep. Now Boswell on to send this away. Covey now to return this. Return's looking good so far. And it's a nice return here. They'll tackle him shy of the 35. The Eagles about set to go on offense. Their last series sure was looking like points up until that interception, Brock. Hopefully they can move the ball similarly well as they take over here. Ball at the 33 for first down. Interception last drive doesn't deter them. They're going right back to the air. And the Steelers have it again after yet another interception.
That throw has got to be the last we've seen of him this contest. I'm just not sure how they leave him in when the defense is clearly all over whatever he's trying to throw. The amount of frustration he is feeling is only going to lead to additional miscues. Please, for the love of God, take this man out.
He intercepts it. That is exactly what they needed. And the Eagles have some new life in the fourth.
I think it's safe to say his day is beyond repair now, if it wasn't long ago. He just hasn't been reading these coverages at all, and it's clearly not on the same page with his receivers. I think it really is now time to think about his confidence for future games and get him out of this ball game.
Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. They'll run. It's Gainwell. And he crosses the sideline a yard or 2 beyond, it looks like the 30. He managed 6 on the play, bringing up 2nd and 4.
That does not show up on any explosive stat sheet, but let me tell you, Kate, that's the real deal right there. You run for that kind of yardage consistently in the NFL, you do set yourself up for success.
And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47. He picks up 15 on the play. And that's good for an Eagles first down. Here's a give inside to Gainwell. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. A nice 6-yard pickup. They're going to have 2nd and 4.
That run's not going to turn many heads, but at the end of the year, I promise you, if you average over 5 yards a run, you can be a Pro Bowler.
Shotgun snap for Hurts. Chased out to his right. And he just got it away before the hit, but the pass winds up incomplete. It's going to be 3rd down.
You know, when we were growing up in the backyard, we call them alligators. 1 alligator, 2 alligator, 3 alligator. He needed another alligator in order to get that ball off. Credit the defense for forcing the incompletion.
That's going to be be an incomplete pass on the throw to the right. Trying to find A.J. Brown. And 4th and 4 coming up.
You know, it's a point of emphasis in practice each and every week, no matter where we go. How are we going to attack the coverage on 3rd down? We chose the wrong play off that call sheet that time.
Desperation time here on 4th. And it falls incomplete. So the defense rises to the challenge and gives the ball back to their offense. The Steelers with some very good field position as they get set 1st and 10. Trying to shake off the interception. He's looking to throw. He intercepts it. That is exactly what they needed. Darius Slay has it. And forget the interception. He makes this a pick-6 touchdown. That play, Brock, that play was beautiful. Not just making the interception, but then seeing the return slowly come together in front of him as he took it all the way to the house.
Yeah, I think even for us up here in the booth, it looked like a scene out of a movie, didn't it? Starts running it back, scans the field for a lane, then the blocks come just in the nick of time to wipe out the would-be tacklers, and he's got open space and nothing but the end zone in front of him.
Extra point try coming. This would importantly make it a 1-score game. Rush coming off the edge, and they block it! But he won't be able to turn the block into 2 points. They drag him down and put an end to that return.
You didn't have to climb very high, Kate, up the mathematics ladder to understand the impact of that one. That block keeps this a 2-score game. So even though you give up a touchdown, you're still in total control. What a disaster to see that kick blocked right there.
Jackson now to return it. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. Another drive coming up for this offense. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10.
Don't jump, man.
They'll start with a give to Harris. And he gains ground to the 33 before being stopped. A gain of 5, and that brings us to the 2-minute warning. Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5.
Here we go.
Staying on the ground with Harris. And he's caught behind the line for a loss. Fields on 3rd. Gets this one to Harris. And he's out of bounds beyond the 35-yard line. Timeout taken by the Eagles. That's going to be their first. As they'll get together and discuss with 4th down coming up.
Here we go, son.
Here's Harris. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. Offense hurrying to the line with the clock running. Wow, they're going to pass it here. Completed to his running back. And he's brought down right in the neighborhood of that 40-yard line. They've got to keep moving quick here. They give to Harris from the gun. And he could only get a lone yard. Took a couple of guys to haul him down near the line. Keeping that pace going as the clock continues to run. Made the throw as he was getting hit, Brock, and it's incomplete.
Oh, that's like a good peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Takes both to make it work. And defensively, you've got to have that pressure up front. That's peanut butter. And then you'd like to have some jelly. And that was almost a huge play with an interception.
To the air, 3rd and long. Taking a big shot for the end zone. And that's going to be knocked away, incomplete.
Boy, take a look at that. Look at him locking down his area of the end zone. They could bring it in close enough to take shots, but there are no easy touchdowns.
Fields now on 4th. Putting the body on the line for his team. Trying to set this up quick. Oh, look at this. He's setting up to throw. That'll be incomplete, and the clock shows 10 seconds left. Looking for his wide receiver there. And now they face 2nd down.
Here we go. Jump clear.
Out of the shotgun, Fields. He intercepts it. That is exactly what they needed. Cooper to Gene in to pick it off. Well, I know I don't need to tell you, partner, but if you're going to try to get aggressive, really push a throw downfield like that, you have to be smart about how you do it.
Yeah, that is spot on, Kate. If you've got to find that spot when you know the coverage won't be able to hold up, especially as you go 20, 30, 40 yards down the field. Hey, listen, these defenders in the league today, you throw a ball deep down the field like that, it turns into a 50-50 ball. More times than not, they can make a play and take it away just as they did.
So make a check in the win column for the Steelers. And we know how rain can wreak havoc at any moment on a football field, but they didn't let that stop them today. They played their game, and as a result, they're leaving here with a victory. So for my partner, Brock Heward, and our entire crew, I'm Kate Scott, saying this has been the NFL on EA Sports. So long, everybody. The Steelers are winners as we say so long from Pittsburgh.
And all in all, a pretty solid return. Nearly got it to the 35. They'll mark him down officially at the 34. So the Colts now coming out for their opening drive. And they will be led out by their 6'4" quarterback.
I tell you what, when he is on schedule for that week, secondaries take notice because you've got to stay alert back there on every snap. A truly powerful arm, one that's capable of challenging any level of the defense on any given play. That's why so many scouts preach arm talent when preparing for the NFL draft. A quarterback with arm strength to make every throw in the book, he's an asset to have in any offense.
2nd down and 6 now. Now it's Richardson. That's caught by his tight end, Kylen Granson. And taking it across midfield and inside the 45. The catch and run, good for 18 and a 1st down.
And it's a real luxury when you have a guy who can turn a short throw into a solid gain at any moment. Once he caught that ball, he ID'd where the open grass was and got there in a hurry to pick up a new set of downs for his offense.
And he'll manage to pick up about 4 at 2nd down. They go to the ground again with Taylor. Oh, that one well designed as he'll take this down to the 30-yard line. So 1st and 10 now from the 30. Now this will be swung out wide for Taylor. And he stops right at the 25 after a gain of 5. So from the 25, this is 2nd and 5. And not much of a hole there as he gets it down to about the 24-yard line. Here's the 7th play of this drive. This is 3rd and 4. And he's going to be taken down back around the 35-yard line. Well-timed effort by Darius Slay. A sack on the corner blitz. And that sack there, that likely brings out the field goal unit, so they might have to settle for 3 here on their opening drive.
They did some nice things getting things started there, moving the ball downfield, but taking that sack on 3rd down, it lets the air out of the momentum balloon just a little bit.
And no, incomplete. Boy, they took a shot there on the first play, tried to start it out with a bang, but it's 2nd down. And that could be a major momentum swing here early.
Because the defense stopped them. How great is that? They go for it on the first drive of the game. They're the ones trying to establish something, trying to assert a little dominance. And guess what? You turn it back on them and give the ball to you.
Touchdown, Philadelphia! Saquon Barkley, 65 yards. And the Eagles put the Knights' first points on the board as they take the early lead. Elliott good on the extra point, and that makes the score 7-0. I'm not sure if they drew that play up to score, but it scored indeed. One play on the ground and into the end zone for 6. The lane opens here. He's past the 30. And a good return, able to get out across the 35 to the 36. Second drive coming up here for the Indianapolis Colts. They've got some stuff to build on from that last drive because they moved the football, CD, and then they tried to go for it on 4th down, didn't convert. It's caught inside the 25. And he'll get into the end zone. Touchdown, Indianapolis. Adnan Mitchell, 64 yards. And the Colts are able to strike quickly here as they are in for 6. And correct me if I'm wrong, that was just a simple fly route, wasn't it?
No, there's nothing to correct at all. You've got it down pat. And I just remember as a player, when I'd be in practice sessions and I'd hear 9 from the receivers, that meant fly route, go. Uh-oh, look out. That was the 9, and he just kept going all the way into the end zone for the touchdown.
Extra point by Gay is up and good. And we are tied at 7. So all even at 7 now as they kick it away. A solid return, pretty good field position. They'll start at the 32. So back onto the field, here come the Eagles for their second drive.
Well, partner, coaches always say that every play is designed to score a touchdown. Sometimes that's not really true, but last drive, that was the case. One play to get into the end zone, and now they'll try to duplicate that success here.
And it's rare for those moments to happen. Incredible when they do. And you saw the celebration. Pure, unbridled joy after that one.
They'll start out on the ground. It's Saquon Barkley. And he'll take this ahead for about 4. Second down coming up.
They'll work from the 36 on 2nd and 6. They'll give it to Barkley off the option play.
And that'll hurt the average a bit as this time they're able to get him behind the line.
From the gun, it's Hurts. This one goes out wide for Barkley.
And he'll be taken down well before the first at about the 36-yard line.
They're going on 4th down with Hurts. Oh, he tried to fit it in on the slant, and it's intercepted.
Picked up by Kenny Moore. And he will return this one to the 30-yard line.
Well, certainly not his best throw that time, and not a good time to make it, Charles, when they were a nickel with 5 defensive backs on the field.
And that's exactly why you have those 5 DBs out there. You want extra speed on the field, guys who have ball skills and understand what the passing game can do, and gives them a chance to react and make a play on the football, and they take one of those away.
And he's going to be taken down back around the 35-yard line.
That's big Jordan Davis powering in to drop him.
So 2nd and long, and got to be careful not to fall out of field goal range. Over the middle, a catch made by Mitchell. And inside the 20 before he's brought down.
So from the 17 now, here's a 1st and 10. Richardson looking to throw this.
Rolling to his right.
That's another one complete to Mitchell. And the Colts are going to be set up with a 1st and goal coming up as they get him down at the 6-yard line. Back to throw. Here's Richardson.
Feeling the pressure here and taken down. A sack back at the 7. They'll try again here from the 7 on 2nd and goal.
On the throw, let him too much that time. It's incomplete.
Back-to-back great plays defensively. You get the sack on 1st and goal. A great job in coverage there. All of a sudden, they're looking at 3rd and goal from further back than when they started.
And the really good play callers look ahead and down and distance sequence. Now he's got to backtrack a little bit and go maybe off his play sheet to try and dial something up here.
They've been denied touchdowns in the red zone twice already. Here comes 3rd and goal.
Throwing over, and it's Taylor on the out route that completes it.
And he takes this one in for a Colts touchdown.
Jonathan Taylor.
A 7-yard touchdown grab. And the Colts have taken the lead. CD, it seemed like they were so focused on the guys out wide, they forgot about him out of the backfield.
That's a really good point because you've got to communicate, and oftentimes when you start counting receivers, that's exactly what you do. You start from the widest receiver, work your way inside. Who gets lost sometimes? The back in the backfield. That's exactly what happened there.
And he got into the end zone. After the touchdown, it's Gay to kick this one away.
Bringing it out of his end zone, Isaiah Rodgers.
And he's going to be out of bounds here as the run back will leave him shy of the 20-yard line.
The Eagles just about set to go to work on offense. So now, Charles, this drive maybe a touch more important, trying to erase the memory of that interception they had the last time out.
Yeah, and everyone goes through this because even the best in the game, you're going to have games where it just doesn't go right for you, and interceptions result. So, frankly, to me, it's all about how you respond, not just the types of plays that you call, but how you carry yourself, how you show your team that you're still with it, and how you continue to lead.
Running again with Barkley on 2nd down.
And forget about finding a lane. He barely had time to look up before he was planted in the backfield. Now the pressure comes and he goes down. Just inside the 10, back at the 9.
Multiple players combined for their team's first sack of the game.
The Eagles send out their punter now, as his first punt will come from inside his own end zone. Just 34 yards on the punt there, no return. And the Colts are set up well as they take over 1st and 10 on the short side of the field.
Indianapolis offense ready to go again. This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out, looking to repeat that in Charles's defense. They were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated. They both game plan for this drive, and they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better and which side can step up and assert its will over the other.
Now Richardson.
He'll buy some time right. 6 yards there off the scramble, but it'll still leave him with a 3rd down.
In search of 4 yards here to pick up the 1st down. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he is going to have a Colts 1st down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion. Now Richardson back to throw it.
And this complete to Mitchell. And he's going to be brought down on what will be the final play of this 1st quarter.
Through 1 quarter, 14-7 our score. 2nd quarter now from Indianapolis with the homestanding Colts in possession as they've got it with a 2nd and 3 forthcoming. Richardson.
Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete.
I think he had to unload that one before he wanted to. He was right up in his grill. I think he was a dentist there without a license, don't you?
Just not enough time for the play to develop. Just lucky it wasn't a fumble, really.
And he's going to be a yard short. A 2-yard pickup leads to 4th and 1. They'll run for it. It's Taylor.
And they corral him just a couple yards shy of the end zone.
Taylor will score. Touchdown, Indianapolis. Some good running there at the end of the drive. He had the burst that set up the 1st and goal, and then 1 play later, he's in the end zone.
Brandon, what I liked about that sequence is I'm not sure who made the play call, but they understood the situation, understood the momentum. A nice hard charging run, give it right back to him and let him cap things off.
Here's Gay now to add the extra point.
It's good, and it is now 21-7. So that drive in total 8 plays.
And it was capped off by a Jonathan Taylor touchdown. Following the touchdown, here's Gay to kick it away. Rodgers going to return it from his end zone. And he's able to get this across the 20, but not by much as he's marked down officially at the 21.
Philadelphia getting set to take the field.
These guys definitely hoping for a better showing than their last appearance. They couldn't really even move the football much beyond the shadows of their own goalpost, Charles. We'll see if they can get a better, more sustained drive going here.
Yeah, and every team that we ever talk to says the exact same thing. When you start a drive from that deep in your own territory, the goal is a minimum of at least 2 first downs, because even if you have to punt then, you change the field position, right? You flip the field a little bit. They didn't get that done. This time they want to string together a nice drive and help themselves out.
They'll try to run for it with Barkley. And he gets it to the 32. Good enough for a 1st down. They're able to convert with a gain of 4.
Well, someone's been having a good game so far, and you know something? A lot has been power running. They decided to turn him loose again on 3rd down, didn't they?
They did indeed. He delivered the tough yards. From the 32 now, here's 1st and 10. They'll go to Barkley again. And he'll get this one up to about the 39 here.
86 yards for him on the ground so far tonight as he has been terrific in this 1st half.
Barkley inside handoff. And he's going to be met at the line of scrimmage and taken down. Call it no gain that time as it's going to leave him with a third and about 3 to go. And he got off the end there very quickly to make that play.
Yeah, it was almost like the bullet train, wasn't it? I mean, just zoom. Quick, quick, quick. And what a terrific play, holding them to no gain.
The Eagles on third down. Just 1 for 3 thus far. Here it's 3rd and 3.
Hurts
To Barkley on the check down. And now look at this. Big gain, but fumble. And the Colts pick it up. And the return stops at the 39-yard line. But he has been a workhorse for them in this game, and ball security hasn't been an issue until that point.
Yeah, and let's face it, when he's going to carry the ball that many times, he becomes more and more of a target for the defense, knowing that he's going to be the primary guy. They'll just send more and more players towards him, trying to make sure they knock the ball free.
Here comes Jonathan Taylor and his teammates.
He's been good. His guys are winning. So far, the recipe working here in the second quarter.
And he doesn't like to just tote the rock. He wants to carry his team on his back, and that's what he's done throughout this game.
Yeah, he's done that. He'll be hoping to continue that trend. Good starting field position for the Colts as they have it 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line. And that one incomplete, but now a penalty flag coming in late. That might be PI. A little too aggressive defensively, and the flag comes out.
And no one trying to cover is going to like a call going against them, but you have to like the effort there. Went for the interception, just unable to get it, and the flag did come out.
Richardson under pressure, and down he goes.
The sack cost him only a yard. It's 2nd and 11.
Richardson looking to throw. Oh, he tries to force it in, and it's intercepted. Down the right sideline.
And he takes this one back into the end zone, and the Eagles defense gets a pick-6 TD.
But Charles, you can just see the frustration on the sideline. Safe to say that's not how they expected this series to go. The ball only went one way, and it was backward into their own end zone, courtesy of the pick-6.
And, Brandon, how often do we hear offenses tell us before a game they want to end every series with a kick, right? A punt, a PAT, or a field goal. In case of a defense, they wanted to end with a punt or a takeaway. And we saw the takeaway right there, and it turned out to be a takeaway that turned into 6 points.
Elliott good with a PAT. And they're back within a touchdown at 21-14. So they throw the pick-6. They'll get another shot at it now as this one's in the air.
And a decent return out to the 27-yard line.
And the Colts coming out now.
Now remember, they were just out here a moment ago through the pick-6, so we'll see if they can take better care of the football this go-around.
And sometimes, partner, I think it's almost better that you just throw the pick-6 and you come right back out on the field. You're not over on the sidelines dwelling for it for very long. You're not hearing everyone say, oh, hey, you'll get them next time. Hey, don't worry about it. All that stuff just goes right out the window. You're right back out on the field with a chance to atone.
Here's Richardson to throw.
Got his man complete over the middle. It's Mitchell.
Well, they have not been shy about looking his way in this first half. That's already 7 catches for him now, and we've yet to hit halftime.
So from the 39 now, they'll come up on a 1st and 10.
They give to Taylor out of the gun.
And he'll manage to pick up about 4. It's 2nd down. Looking to throw. Richardson throwing the out route incomplete. It's Taylor. Now he's into the clear again. Jonathan Taylor. And he almost made it, but just short. Finally out of bounds, right down around the goal line. After the big play, a chance to finish now on 1st and goal. They'll run here with Taylor. And he takes it in for a Colts score. Jonathan Taylor on his way to a monster game. 3 first-half touchdowns. And the Colts have taken a 2-touchdown lead now. Well, he finishes off the drive with a touchdown run, Charles. Remember, he also had a catch on this drive as well.
And that's what running backs want to be in today's NFL, a complete back. 3 downs, stay on the field, run it, and catch it. And he gets it done.
Extra point by Gay is up and good. And the lead now up to 14. After the touchdown, it's Gay to kick this one away. And no chance to see a return on the dynamic kickoff. They'll move this out to the 30-yard line. Here's the Philadelphia offensive unit now as they head out to take over possession. Hurts and the Eagles come up here 1st and 10, right at the 30. They'll drop it off with Saquon Barkley. And he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. 2 yards the loss, 2nd and 12.
That was well played there defensively. 2 tight ends in the formation, which essentially gave them 7 blockers up front. Hard to imagine with all that size and beef that they could let a tackler through. But that's exactly what happened. A loss resulted.
So the opening play of the drive goes backwards. Now they'll come up on 2nd and 12. Again, it's Barkley. And once again, this Colts defense stops him behind the line of scrimmage. So time to start going in the other direction as they come up now 3rd and long. Throwing from the gun, it's Hurts. He'll find Paris Campbell. That's complete. And he'll be brought down at the 34, well short of the 1st down marker. That'll go for a gain of 7, and it'll be 4th down. And Hurts not coming to the sideline. They're going to go for it. They're indeed going for it as they look to throw. And they hit him as he throws, as this one's going to go straight down to the turf. Incomplete. Boy, a curious decision to go for it. Doesn't pan out. And the Colts are going to get the football in outstanding field position. And this is going to be intercepted. And the Eagles will have the football as this is taken up past the 30. Well, we saw plenty of that during his much-heralded college career, and he parlayed that into becoming a first-round selection. And now here he is making interceptions in the National Football League.
And this is a guy that has all the physical tools, but the thing that sets him apart is what he's got between his ears. And that's the sixth sense for knowing where the football is going. Just an excellent play there to create the turnover.
Tackle made by Zaire Franklin.
Defenses always talk about earning the right to rush the passer on 3rd down. And you know what offenses want? Win 1st down so they can set things up for themselves better.
And that wasn't helpful there. Not a big impact on 1st down. And nothing doing. He's immediately taken down at the line of scrimmage. 3rd and 9 here. Hurts sets up to throw it. That is caught. And he's taken down right at the 45-yard line. The Eagles going to take the first of their timeouts as they'll get a chance to talk it over after picking up the 1st down. Up the middle with Barkley. Trying to find a lane, but instead he'll get back to the line of scrimmage and no more. No gain on the play there. 2nd down. Here's Hurts to throw. He dumps it off to Barkley. And he'll cross over out of bounds right at the 25. That one a gain of 20 and a 1st down.
And a nice job by the two of them to not only connect on the pitch and the catch, but to carry over their practice work to the game field. They saw the adjustment by the defense, made an adjustment themselves, and picked up the first down.
And the second wave of tacklers is going to get him as they stop him behind the line. 2 yards the loss, 2nd and 12.
Well, with the kind of half he's had, I think we can forgive him that run, right? Not every run's going to be a big play, is it?
No, and also the blocking just wasn't there. No room to run.
Yeah, defensively, they got to find a way to build on that because he's eating them alive in the first half.
The Colts going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop the clock with 26 seconds to go until halftime.
He had to fight for every yard on that run, shook himself free of a tackle, and kept fighting, even with the rest of the defense closing in on him. That's the kind of effort you'll take every single time.
And he does not get to the first down marker as they stop him at the 19. Now the Colts going to burn the second of their timeouts.
So as they talk it over, we step aside.
The offense stays put. They failed twice already in this first half, but they're going to go a third time here on 4th down.
Hurts. Oh, everything falling apart now. Another one intercepted. Picked off by Julian Black. Colts are going to get the ball back on the turnover as they hold on 4th down. The Indy offense at the line and set to go. Already enjoying a 2-score lead here late in the second quarter. Not a ton of time left. We'll see if they can work this at least into field goal range and try to get 3 to add on even more to their lead.
And his play caller does a nice job of giving him an easy throw to start this drive, and he takes advantage of it. The completion sets up a manageable 2nd down.
From the 25 on 2nd down, Richardson. He's going to let it go deep for Mitchell. And this will be caught at the 30.
He's going to be brought down there in the field of play. And the clock will run, no timeouts. They will not have the chance to bring out the field goal unit. A final shot before the half, Richardson.
That's going to be caught. And with the clock reading zeros, he is into the end zone. What an exclamation mark to the end of this second quarter.
Indeed. Indeed. Well, my education continues in this game, I've got to tell you, because there's not an analyst in the world that would have said pass up the field goal here, go for it, and expect for it to be successful, and it was. I mean, they're playing this one just like a video game.
Especially for the final play of the first. And now, due to apparent time constraints, we fast forward to the beginning of the second half. And we welcome you back live now inside the booth alongside Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gaudin, set and ready to rock for the third quarter.
And the half will begin with a touchback.
Now Philadelphia ready to get going on offense again.
Already at the line, this Philly offense set to go. And you have to think, Charles, down 3 scores already. They need to play an almost perfect second half to have a solid chance.
And that absolutely starts with finding some way to put together a touchdown drive here. They need to be smart, fast, efficient, get the ball into the end zone, and do it again multiple times in order to have a chance to win this game.
This will be stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2. That's complete. He's got Barkley out of the backfield. And past the 35, he'll be dropped a yard or 2 shy of the 30. A first down carry for Barkley. And able to break one tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain.
113 yards for him on the ground now. He has been a tough man to bring down all night.
This is Smith with a grab. And he is into the end zone. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Devontae Smith on the receiving end from Jalen Hurts. And the Eagles are able to cut into this lead as they score on the opening drive of the second half.
Elliott good on the extra point, and the lead will be cut down to 14. Now after the touchdown, here's Elliott on to kick it away.
And we will not have a return. They'll bring this to the 30. The Colts offense and Anthony Richardson ready for this next possession.
The Colts come to the line ready to start their next drive.
And they were terrific in the first half, built up a sizable lead, and it's just been cut into a bit following the opening drive score on the other side. But this is a unit that has to be itching to get the football again.
You can say that again. They've got to be pretty eager because, let's face it, they've had to sit through halftime, then sit on the sidelines and watch that drive. So you can bet that they're saying, let's get on with this. We got to go out there and get some more points.
2nd and 6. Now it's Richardson. Throw going to be caught left side here by Granson.
And they'll have it in the red zone before he crosses over out of bounds. It's a gain of 19 down to the 19, and it's a first down.
Richardson working from the gun.
To the right side, complete to Taylor. And he'll wind up losing yardage here back at the 21-yard line.
Up the middle, here's Taylor.
And a lot of talent on this Eagle defense, and you've seen it on these last two plays, both losses. So 1st and 2nd down went in the wrong direction. They'll try to do better here on 3rd and 13. Back to throw. Richardson.
He's got Granson over the middle.
And they work this near the 5. He'll be stopped at the 6. Looking to throw. Richardson. Eluding the pressure right. And a big loss here as he's taken down. Pass protection has been a problem all night long as they come up facing 2nd and a bundle. And he's got his target. It's caught for a Colts touchdown.
Adonai Mitchell
with his 2nd touchdown of the night.
And the Colts take a 3-touchdown lead.
That drive that really increased their cushion felt very military to me. Very precise, methodical. That's one of the words you've taught me. And they just got it done.
And slowly but surely now starting to pull away a little bit. Things looking good for them here in the 3rd quarter.
Not only pulling away, but you mentioned that slowly but surely. You also drain clock, too, with a drive like that. So you really give yourself an advantage.
Following the touchdown, here's Gay to kick it away.
And no run back forthcoming, so this will come out to the 30.
The offense takes the field, and we turn our attention to Saquon Barkley. He's been a good workhorse. I know we use the word workhorse a lot, but he's been a good workhorse for him in this one.
No doubt about it, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's what you're looking for if you're a back, because that means everything's coming together for you. The big guys up front have created space. You've run through it. You've probably gotten some help even from the wide receivers who want to catch passes as opposed to block, but they're helping out too.
Yeah, everyone's pitching in. He's had a good game. They'll try and start this drive in the air.
This one goes out wide for Barkley.
And he'll be out of bounds, but able to get it up past the 45. That play going for 16 yards to start the drive. First down.
And this is what they're going to need more of. It's the 3rd quarter. You're trailing. You've got to come out with a renewed sense of purpose, and that's a nice way to kick off the drive with good yardage and a first down.
From the gun, it's Hurts. And Hurts is intercepted, his 3rd of the game. Now he's loose down the left sideline.
And he will bring it back and enters. Return for a Colts TD. So the Colts now bringing the offense back onto the field as they'll go for 2.
Richardson will throw for it.
And this one incomplete. So they went for the 2. They don't get it.
I know we could sit up here and dance around it a little bit, but going for 2 in this situation, somebody doesn't like someone else. There's no doubt in my mind.
Well, what they couldn't see is you lean back in your chair and you went, I mean, yeah, that's not a good decision. They didn't get it, though.
Yeah, I don't think you can just say, well, my kicker's hurt in this spot. No, okay.
Philadelphia getting set to take the field.
Well, this has been a tough one for them, Charles. They've struggled really on both sides of the football. And one thing that's really plagued them, the turnovers. They've had issues keeping the football in their possession.
And every game that's ever been played, all coaches talk about taking care of the football and limiting turnovers. And in this one, after we saw that first turnover, we worried that things would snowball, and it certainly did, especially on the scoreboard.
Back-to-back good plays have them on the move on first down. They'll run it again with Barkley.
To the 36-yard line, stop there.
You've got to be impressed by that defensive front on reps like those. They were not being moved off the line, kept their shoulders square, and gave their teammates time to fight to the ball and limit that gain.
From the 36,
Hurts.
they shakes him off, but in the end, the pressure too great, and he goes down.
So after that sack, Hurts and the Eagles, tough spot here, 3rd and long.
They'll set up to throw. Under pressure, and they got to him again. Well, I guess they figure they got to start taking some chances. Here's a big one in this 3rd quarter as they'll go for it on 4th down.
Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he is going to have an Eagles first down. And it is a big letdown there defensively. They somehow allowed to convert on 4th and long.
Yeah, he's able to push his way forward somehow for a gain of about 2 yards. 2nd down now.
He's had success on this drive, but not on this play.
Finally, they bowed up defensively. I think they were determined not to let him take it pretty much all the way down the field.
Yeah, it looks like they handled their run responsibilities correctly this time. What we call them run fits, everyone was in the right place.
So the completion good for 6 yards. And now that sets up 3rd and 2.
They'll come to the line, needing only 2 yards to gain the first here.
On 3rd and short, they'll try and pick it up through the air.
He's got his running back out of the backfield.
And he'll take it into the end zone for an Eagles touchdown. Saquon Barkley. He scored on the ground and through the air.
And the Eagles are able to cut into this deficit here in the final minute of the 3rd.
Elliott good with a PAT. And the lead now down to 20. Now after the touchdown, here's Elliott on to kick it away.
And no run back here. That's going to be a touchback. And we'll bring it out to the 30-yard line. Indy set to go on offense once more. And as we look back at how we got here, you'll notice a common theme in these highlights. A lot of yardage through the air. The passing game has been sharp right from the outset. Finding space at the 40.
And he's going to be out of bounds right at midfield. From the midfield stripe, they'll look to throw. And this complete to Mitchell. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. 1 quarter remains here on a Sunday night. Back now here on EA Sports. It's the Colts. They've got control of the football. They also have the lead as we start the 4th. Back-to-back good plays have them on the move on first down.
Richardson. Oh, he's intercepted again. It's Richardson's 3rd of the game.
Down the sideline he goes. And he takes this one back into the end zone, and the Eagles defense gets a pick-6 TD. This game's still fairly well in hand, but I think now you go conservative, don't you? Go into your shell, just run the football?
I think you have to, but you also have to tell your backs, make sure you're really protecting the football because you're going to run into a stacked defensive front, which is why they were throwing the football before, trying to make sure they just get their backs, really beat up in that situation. Now, good luck to them.
And not willing to risk a return. This ball's going to come out to the 30-yard. The Indy offense at the line and set to go. And the pick-6 we just saw makes things a little more interesting. Still, though, Richardson hit and he fumbles it.
And it's picked up by the Eagles. And they'll be inside the red zone with a ball at the 16-yard line.
Partner, that one looked like it was over. I mean, they had control, had the football, and the defense had to make a play in order to keep them in the game. That's exactly what they did.
And now that door ajar, 2-score game, so hold on here, not done in the fourth. Out of the shotgun, they run with Barkley. And he'll be taken down at the 2-yard line. First and goal, and they got to be thinking a chance to get right back into this football game.
Barkley is going backwards as he'll be tackled back at the 4-yard line.
From back at the 4, here's second and goal.
Throwing is Hurts.
And it's caught. Touchdown, Eagles. Saquon Barkley from 4 yards out.
And the Eagles have made it a 1-score game again here in the fourth.
Elliott good on the extra point. And now things get a bit more interesting here in this fourth quarter. Now after the touchdown, here's Elliott on to kick it away.
And no chance to see a return on the dynamic kickoff. They'll move this out to the 30-yard line.
Here comes the Indianapolis offense now as they get set to take over. Now, Charles, of course, you got to remember, last possession they fumbled. It led to a touchdown. 1-score game here. Got to be careful.
And this is where coaching and training really comes into play, doesn't it? What does everyone say after an error? Next play, move on, next drive. That mantra has to come to the front. They've got to take care of business right here and act like the last series just didn't happen.
Running this slant, and he finds Mitchell.
And they're going to get this beyond the 40 before he's taken down.
Now Richardson. He's got Granson, his tight end.
And he'll be taken down, but not before he gets into enemy territory.
Richardson looking to throw.
It's caught. Mitchell. And he gets it inside the 35 and just shy of the 30. From the 32 now, here's first and 10.
Here's Richardson to throw.
And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
And not a common sight, at least on this drive. A momentary setback, though, for this passing game that has been moving well this series. Good thing for them, though. Still 2 more downs to connect and try and pick up another first down.
Back to the air with Richardson.
To the right side, it's caught by Mitchell. And he'll go out of bounds inside the 15-yard line. The catch and run, good for 18 and a first down.
Back to throw. Here's Richardson.
Rolling to his left. And a little floater there, but it'll wind up incomplete, falling to the ground.
I see the surprise in your face there, partner. That is a rare incompletion from him. He's been on point this entire game.
He has percentage completion-wise way up. Not that time.
Here's second and 10. Richardson out of the shotgun.
And he's going to go down. He's sacked back at the 24. 9th play of the drive now on 3rd and a country mile.
And that's going to be incomplete.
Not too many missteps in the red zone thus far. He was going for his 5th touchdown pass. His man couldn't shake free there, but boy, you know he's going to take another shot before this one's over.
Yeah, exactly, because you know 3 is good, 4 is excellent. You get 5. That's a whale of a game. And this one is no good. He missed it. And this will stay a one-score game as the lead will hold at 6.
Well, that one hurts a bit. That was a golden opportunity to possibly put this one on ice, but he comes up empty.
And how big of a miss might that turn out to be? Stay tuned. There's still time left on the clock. This could be critical.
Still a one-score game. Had he hit that, it would have been 2 scores.
So give him 2 yards there on the completion, and that's going to bring up 2nd down.
And that's a good job there by the corner. And we do talk about this a lot, that a lot of corners see their job as simply covering receivers. Tackling isn't everyone's thing. But in this case, he came up quickly and made a nice, sure tackle.
Well, and Hurts is going to be hit and taken down to the ground.
Possibly a turning point. Big play coming. This is 3rd and long. Sliding out of the pocket. And that will be incomplete.
And next time, Brandon, I think you might want to consider running it because those defensive backs, they were plastered to the receivers, and they weren't letting up as that play went on.
One score down. Here we go. They're going to go for it here on 4th down. Got to try it here. He's back to throw. Escaping the pressure right. And for the 4th time tonight, it's an interception.
Well, that puts a little bit of a wrinkle in their comeback bid.
Yeah, everything had turned around for them, hadn't it? I mean, things were now going their way. But you did mention it's a wrinkle in their comeback bid. It's not the death knell for them by any stretch, but now they've got some extra work to do in order to climb all the way back.
Yeah, Richardson back to throw it.
A hit as he throws there, incomplete.
It's always tough trying to keep your guy upright when he's trying to throw the football. And when you're dealing with those big, bad guys on the defensive front, it's even tougher. And this time, those guys on the opposite side won the battle, getting to the quarterback and knocking him into an incompletion.
He finds his man, complete. That's Mitchell.
They get 6. That'll leave them with 3rd and 4. Richardson looking to throw this.
Steps away.
And an off-balance throw there, and it's going to wind up incomplete.
Well, the connection they've had has been excellent today, but not on that snap. I think he was asking just a little too much as he extended that play, hoping for one more completion with him.
And here's a big one now. Trying to hold this lead. They're going to go for it here on 4th down. Back to throw again.
Able to find the open man. That's complete.
And past the 35, he'll be dropped a yard or 2 shy of the 30. Line of scrimmage, the 31 now on 1st and 10.
From the gun, it's Taylor.
And just shouting him off there. And he'll get into the end zone. Touchdown, Indianapolis.
Jonathan Taylor, 31 yards. And the Colts get an important score there to extend their lead here in this 4th quarter.
And now they'll empty the backfield here as they elect to go for 2. They'll look to throw. They'll roll him out right. And he is into the end zone to bump the lead up 2 more. And with a successful 2-point try, the QB rolling out, I would imagine on the defense that makes it tough. When he goes out, he's got the option to run or pass.
Yeah, it really does. If you decide not to bring extra people or extra pressure, maybe you have to have a spy on the quarterback, someone to account for him, because oftentimes that is the unaccounted for player.
After the touchdown, it's Gay to kick this one away.
And we will not have a return. They'll bring this to the 30. Hurts and the Eagles now down by 2 touchdowns. A little under 2.5 to go. They have all 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning, but they need 2 scores. They begin with a run by Barkley. 173 yards on the ground for him now as he has gotten better, really, as the night's gone on.
You know what really fires up offensive linemen? When the guy that is carrying the ball behind them can create his own space and break a tackle along the way.
Hurts. Over the middle, brought in by Dotson. 2 minutes left to play in this football game here on EA Sports.
So it's Eagle football here as we get you reset. They've got a 1st and 10 as they search for a late score.
All 3 timeouts remain, but they've got to score quick. It's 1st and 10. Hurts sets up to throw it. Going right back to Dotson.
And this will be good for a pickup of 9 to the 46.
Here's 2nd and a yard. Here's Hurts to throw.
And this is intercepted, and that should do it.
Picked off by Zaire Franklin.
I think you and I were a little surprised back earlier in the game when he threw his 2nd interception. I mean, who would have thought a quarterback of his caliber picked now 5 times?
It's beyond stunning to me because we're used to that with maybe a quarterback with less experience or less talent. But a quarterback of his caliber, I can't believe what we've just seen.
Absolutely. If you would have told me this coming into the ball game, I would have said never, not in a million years. But here we go.
I know coaches tell us all the time that having a powerful arm isn't the #1 thing they look for in a quarterback. But when you're trying to throw inside routes and you need to put some heat on it.
Under pressure, and he'll go down. Sacked back at the 31. Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw.
He's got his target. That's complete.
And he'll get into the end zone. Touchdown, Indianapolis.
Adonai Mitchell.
31 yards.
And the Colts have put this one to bed here in the 4th quarter.
Extra point by Gay is up and good. And the lead now to 3 touchdowns at 21.
Following the touchdown, here's Gay to kick it away. And no run back forthcoming, so this will come out to the 30.
Here's the Philadelphia offensive unit now as they head out to take over possession.
Well, we said it at halftime that they would need a nearly perfect second half to erase that deficit that they were facing, CD. But unfortunately, the second half has pretty much been a carbon copy of the first.
Yeah, that early lead was almost insurmountable the way their opponent was playing. And, partner, they do have some good news, though. This one is getting close to being over, and they can try and hit the reset button starting tomorrow.
Complete. It's Dotson. 7 yards there and a 1st down.
He'll drop to throw. And this will be incomplete. Physical play on the football there, and it's 2nd down.
Well, we've talked about it, CD, but it bears repeating. They are struggling to throw the football. All the interceptions and more incompletions. It just doesn't look like things are in sync out there.
I would agree with that, and it's not a good day when you feel like an incomplete pass is almost a win for you because it wasn't intercepted. And I think the receivers now, when they're running their routes, they want to catch the ball, but they also want to make sure that the defenders don't take it away.
Now a 2nd and 10. Throwing from the gun, it's Hurts.
Flushed out right. And he goes out of bounds. It looks like right at the 50. The improv act there, good for 9, and now they'll be looking at a 3rd and short, 3rd and 1.
I did like his decision-making there to make sure they picked up something instead of forcing a throw. Now they've got more manageable play coming up to try and pick up the 1st down, and don't rule out the possibility that he just keeps it and runs again.
So they just need 1 yard here to pick up the first down. From the gun, it's Hurts.
Rolling to his right. And he will have a first down here at about the 40. Now a timeout called for by the offense, as they'll stop it with 17 seconds to go in the game.
It hasn't been the cleanest game for him, but there was a sign of improvement as he looks towards the next one. Nice bit of scrambling to move the sticks, and even more importantly, he didn't risk adding another interception to his ledger.
Now on first down, he'll drop to throw it. And my goodness, another interception. And he's able to get it back to the 41-yard line.
Well, it wasn't always pretty, but the interception there, that means that they should get out of here with a victory.
Yeah, this is not a game that they're going to preserve for posterity on defense, but they did finish it off, didn't they? They did make the winning play to close things out. They'll take that one and head to the locker room.
Now it looks like he'll throw here. And for the 4th time tonight, it's an interception.
And the Eagles come up with a late turnover, but it will probably only matter to the statisticians as this ball game is now officially over. And as this defense walks off the field, they can do so with their heads held high. What a performance. Well, by the offense, too. I mean, really, Charles, just complete domination on both sides of the football here in this one.
Certainly was, and I think both sides compete against each other all the time. You go at each other in practice, obviously your training camps, your off-season. But on game day, you both want to show your best. And I think that's what we saw from both the offense and the defense, a complete team victory.
So that's a wrap for Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gaudin. And this has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. For more, check us out at easports.com. The Colts are winners as we say so long from Indianapolis.
enough to move the chains. He'll take this forward for about 3 yards. So, 1st and 10 here now at the 38. Strong running there, pushing his way forward to gain a couple. Now Jalen Hurts on 2nd down. He's got his man Brown. And they get this one across midfield to the 47-yard line. Hurts looking to throw on 1st down. And he got rid of that one quickly before the receiver even knew what was going on. That's incomplete. He was trying to find Saquon Barkley coming out of the backfield. And that will lead to a 2nd down. A shotgun snap now to Hurts. Escaping the danger, throwing and completing. To the air again, Hurts. Short throw taken in by Goddard. And he's close to another 1st down as he's brought down just shy of the marker. On the handoff, this is Barkley. And he'll bring this inside the 15. And that's good enough for the 1st down. Once again, it's Barkley. Well, they weren't going to get him the 2nd time with the same back. Defense all over that one. They stop him for no gain. A toss, left side, caught by his running back. And he's into the end zone. Saquon Barkley. Touchdown, Eagles.
We all make such a big deal, Mike, when we see a quarterback go through his progression and deliver a deep downfield strike for a touchdown. But sometimes, just take what's easy, the easy pitch and catch, get an underneath completion. That's exactly what the quarterback does here, takes what the defense gives them, and when you have a playmaker like that on the outside, they can do the rest with their feet after the catch, and the end result is still a touchdown.
Now an opening past the 30. The Colts offense. First and 10. Now Richardson. Now a deep ball for Mitchell. And that is incomplete.
I'm not going to sit here, Mike, and throw the guy a parade for ultimately what was an incompletion, but can we just take a second to appreciate the arm strength he was able to show there? I mean, I think that ball is over 60 yards in the air, and I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to just air it out.
And for a 3rd time today, he's intercepted. Picked off by C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Hurts to the air on 1st down. Looking middle, and he's got Brown. They'll get 11 there, and that's a quick 1st down.
This is a tale as old as time, Mike. It seems that anytime a team forces a takeaway, fumble, or interception, the ensuing drive starts with a shot, a deep play in the air.
Oh, for the 5th time, he is intercepted. And his offense is going to be all set up with a short field and a chance to extend their lead.
You know, Mike, the one thing that we used to say is it didn't matter how good you were or how long you played. Eventually, you're just going to have one of those days, and I think for this quarterback, he's got to be able to move on from this pretty quickly because this is about as bad a day in the office as you can imagine.
We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. Richardson to throw. He's got it at about the 8. And they are in great shape. He's taken down inside the 10. To the end zone. It's intercepted. And the Eagles are going to take over here on the INT at their own 5-yard line.
So you find yourself entering the red zone. Mike, it's hard to not start envisioning scoring a touchdown. Well, that interception, it changes everything. This is a huge missed opportunity. You have to capitalize and find a way to hang 6 on the defense.
Here comes the Philly offense now as they make their way back onto the field. We'll see how they want to attack things here, backed up deep in their own end. It's 1st and 10. Backed up to his own goal line, Hurts. Good to have you with us. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson. We are about set for kickoff. Greg, talking to the coaches all week. We're so curious to see what's going to play out here at the start of this one.
And ideally, I think each of these teams is thinking, okay, we think this is how the game's going to unfold. This is our plan. This is how we're going to go attack. And if that's the case, great. But very rarely does that happen, Mike. So it's really the team that makes the best adjustments in real time, in between possessions, in between snaps. The team that adjusts the fastest and the most efficiently, they're the ones that come the end of the game. They tend to have the advantage.
Ball rests at the 37. It's 1st and 10. On the ground for the first time, here comes Jonathan Taylor. Not much to speak of on that one. Maybe a gain of a yard. It's 2nd down. Out of the shotgun, Richardson. That's complete. Highland grabs it. And they're going to work this down inside the 45. On 1st and 10, here's Richardson. That's complete. Jonathan Taylor out of the backfield. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. They'll come up to 3rd and 3. From the gun, Richardson. That's complete to his running back, Taylor. And it looks like he's going to have the 1st down. What great work after the catch to extend the drive. And nothing on that one, back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it. On 2nd down, Richardson. He'll get that one to Taylor, complete. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up 3rd down.
You can see the eyes of the quarterback. He's trying to push this ball initially downfield, but with the defense doing a good job keeping a lid on the coverage, he's forced to check this.
Under pressure, and he'll go down. They got him. What a call on this opening drive. They're going to go for it on 4th down. This one incomplete. The defense up to the challenge there. They force the incompletion, and they'll take the ball over on downs.
So the offense found themselves in a little bit of no man's land. They were too far for a field goal attempt, but too close to attempt a punt. So they decided to be aggressive early and go for it on 4th down. But it was the defense that turned them away with a huge stop to start this game. He decides to go with this safe throw and throws it well short of the sticks. And at this level, Mike, you just can't miss layups like that.
They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. Opening carry of the game, it's J.K. Dobbins. He'll move the pile forward. Let's give him a couple. Kenny Moore there to make the play. We're going to try to pick this up on 3rd and 8. That's over the middle and intercepted. And the defense comes up with the first points of this one. It is a pick six to make it a 6-0 lead.
And Mike, we talked all week which offense was going to be able to strike first and play with the lead. Well, the defense, they had other plans. They're able to put the first points on the board by capitalizing with that pick six.
Matt Gay on for the extra point. The kick is good. And the Colts will take a 7-0 lead. So, after the touchdown, here's Gay to kick this one away. From deep in the end zone, he's going to bring this one out. And he will get cut down short, shy of the 20-yard line. The Chargers offense going to take over now for the second time. They are obviously still smarting from that pick six a moment ago. Quick 7-0 hole. Try to start digging out now with 1st and 10. Set to go now on 1st and 10. From the gun, it's Herbert. Now, right on the heels of the pick six, he is intercepted. It's the safety, Julian Blackman. And he is going to score. A pick six for the touchdown. The pick six for the score. Greg, that is the one thing this offense did not want to see, and it really is demoralizing to see that happen in that spot.
Absolutely, Mike, and that's one of those cases where you just would like to see the quarterback say, all right, I'm going to live to play another day. Don't force that throw. Don't try to make a play that's not there, because not only do you turn the ball over, you give them an easy 6.
And on the other side, the defense, what a moment. Uplifting for them. Big momentum build.
Yeah, and that's the way games are shaped in this league, Mike. I mean, you find yourself able to capitalize on a mistake by an offense. You get yourself an easy touchdown. All of a sudden, your sideline finds themselves completely rejuvenated.
The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. Now it's Herbert. Oh, he puts another ball up for grabs, and this one's also intercepted. Picked off by Kenny Moore. And he's just going to waltz his way in. The pick six. A touchdown for the defense. And they extend the lead. The defense joining the party. A pick six for a touchdown. Greg, they are extending this lead out.
Yeah, now you've just seen both sides just make their impact felt here in the first half. The offense has done their part, and now it's the defense that is able to capitalize on the turnover and take it all the way back for the pick six.
Now Gay for the extra point. The kick is good. And the Colts looking terrific here out of the gate. Already up 21-0. So, after the touchdown, here's Gay to kick this one away. Here's Darius Davis to return it. Now an opening past the 30. And he's brought down right at the 35-yard line. So now here comes the Chargers as they get set to take over once more. Are facing an uphill climb early. Begin this drive with 1st and 10. Now right on the heels of the pick six, he is intercepted. And his offense is going to be all set up with a short field and a chance to extend their lead.
Action on the field, Mike, let alone any sport, where the mental side doesn't come in and impact how well you perform. And in this case, when you've thrown 4 interceptions in one game, I think we can all safely assume some of those mental issues have seeped into his game. And if he can't get...
And he will score. Adonai Mitchell, touchdown Colts.
This is kind of the feast or famine anytime a defensive coordinator dials up a man pressure. And when you don't get home, it just puts so much stress on your secondary, Mike. They feel like they're out there defending their man for an eternity. And quarterback had his opportunity to find his matchup, good protection up front, and they just couldn't hold up in coverage long enough, and they give up a big touchdown.
Gay to add the PAT. And this is not close. He missed it wide to the right. No good. And no extra point. So, after the touchdown, here's Gay to kick this one away. Here's Darius Davis from his end zone. And he goes nowhere, buried back at the 15-yard line. The Chargers offense ready to come back out for this next possession. Will try to establish some tempo as they start this one with 1st and 10. That's complete to his running back, J.K. Dobbins. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple.
What an advantage it brings a defense when you have cornerbacks that are such willing tacklers. It just brings an extra element to the ability to defend the entire field. And this is a great example here why.
Look him up on a 2nd down and 8. Here's Heineke. He connects with Palmer on that one. He'll get about 6 before he's taken down. He'll give it to Dobbins. That's going to be pretty close. Looks like he's got it, and he does. 1st down. Throwing, Heineke. And this ball batted away and incomplete.
He does a fantastic job, Mike, of not only locating the ball in the air, but then attacking it hands on hands. That's exactly something they work on every week in practice. Great job translating those drills into a live game.
We'll try again. And 10. They'll throw with Heineke. This one complete to Palmer. He'll get about 6 before he's taken down. Now Heineke. He's got the open man. That's McConkey. And he will have the 1st down. The drive will continue after a pickup of 8. That's over the middle, but it's incomplete. on the ground. Here's Dobbins. And he's going to be very close to a first down. That's a good run there. Maybe just a couple of feet short. He'll try and throw for it on 3rd and 1. Open man is Palmer. It's complete. And he's going to have the first down. It is a gain of 6. Good conversion on 3rd down. Now it's Dobbins, and he'll plow forward for a gain of 4 yards. Here's a 2nd and 6. To throw is Heineke. He's hit as he threw. It goes to the ground, and it's an incomplete pass.
They got there in a hurry, didn't they, Mike? I mean, luckily for him, he saw that free rusher coming, and at the very least was able to get that ball out to prevent the sack.
Here comes 3rd and 6. Throwing is Heineke. He'll look middle, and he's got his man complete. That's the 2nd time they connect on this drive. This one good for 13 yards.
It's so early in the game, you have to be careful now as coaches and players that you don't find yourself trailing early and get out of your game plan. There is so much time left. Stick to what you've worked on all week. There's plenty of time to chip away and see if you can make this thing close come the 4th quarter.
That's over the middle and intercepted. It's the safety, Julian Blackman. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. Throwing, Richardson. Now a deep ball for Mitchell. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. Richardson will give it to Taylor. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more. He's got his tight end, Granson. 16-yard pickup on that one. 1st down, Indianapolis. That's out to the flat, and it's complete. And he's not going to get too far, tackled after a gain of just a yard.
This pitch and catch may have looked routine, but I promise you, Mike, these types of anticipatory throws, especially outside the numbers, they don't occur without countless reps, oftentimes when nobody's even watching.
A throw here, right side, falls incomplete. Adonai Mitchell, the intended target, and it'll be 3rd down. Now Richardson. Throwing it right into the hands of his running back. And a good job here defensively. They did not let him get away. He's well short of the 1st down marker. So, on 4th down, the Colts send out Rigoberto Sanchez to punt. On the return for the Chargers, it's Darius Davis. Now a fair catch, and it's going to be a long field. They'll take over right about their own 13. The Chargers offense ready for this next possession. They'll begin inside their own 15-yard line. So a lot of real estate to cover. It's 1st and 10. Heineke. And that one knocked away. It's incomplete.
The biggest issue and why they find themselves trailing in this game, Mike, has really just been the ups and downs of this passing game. At sometimes, he's highly accurate and efficient, but at others, he just misses too many easy throws. Question is, are they going to be able to overcome this quarterback inconsistency and pull this game out?
Back to the air once more on second down. To the left side, catch made by McConkey. 3rd and 5. Here's Dobbins. And that call will not get it done. The defense ready, stopping him behind the line of scrimmage. And it sets up 4th down.
This is one of those down and distances where the offense really could either run or pass, but give credit to the defense. They sold out to stop the run, and boy, were they right. They take them down for a loss.
They will indeed go as they look to throw. This one finds McConkey.
You know, Mike, I'm all for being aggressive. There are definitely times where you have to go for it on your side of the field. I'm just not sure if at this point in the game, this was one of them.
On 1st down, it's Richardson. This is caught at the 2. And he'll take it on in. Highland Granson. Touchdown, Indianapolis.
You know, Mike, at this level, not all touchdowns are created equal. There's some plays that result in touchdowns, and then there are touchdown strikes. And this one is the latter. I mean, you talk about a confidently thrown ball on the money downfield. It doesn't get a lot better than this, and his receiver is able to take it in for 6.
So, after the touchdown, here's Gay to kick this one away. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. The Chargers offense ready to get back at it. They'll start it here with a 1st and 10. Shotgun now for Herbert. Just trying to avoid the rush there. He's hit as he threw, and the pass is incomplete.
There was no hesitation from the quarterback. From the jump, he knew where he wanted to go with that ball, but it still leads to an incompletion. They're just still not quite on the same page.
A run with Dobbins. And that's going to be good for a Chargers 1st down as he gets this. The 40-yard line.
Nice combination of vision, patience, and speed by the running back here. The vision to see the hole, the patience to let the blocks unfold, and then the speed to hit it and pick up a nice gain.
Herbert now on 1st down. That'll be complete to Dobbins. Still going. Wow, out of bounds. Inside the 10. It's 1st and goal.
Just seems nowadays, Mike, there's so many running backs in the NFL that you can classify as being dual threats. Of course, we see them every week make their impact on the ground. But here in the 1st half, it's his ability in the passing game and do bulk of his damage as a receiving threat.
A run on 1st and goal. He'll be wrapped up there down at the 3-yard line. Here now, 2nd down and goal. Out of the gun, here's Herbert. That's in the end zone and intercepted. That's the linebacker, Zaire Franklin.
So much of that play comes down to the defender's positioning. Being able to get himself to a spot, to get his hands on the ball, and a chance at that pick. Mike, when that ball was thrown, me and you are sitting here saying, that's a touchdown. And instead, They force a turnover, and now their offense is back on the field.
On 1st and 10, here's Richardson.